Oops. Gotta fix that. So this and this. Haha! I have found a solution. That was from yesterday's stream when we were playing Resident Evil. For those who missed it, I finished Resident Evil 1 yesterday. We did a Jill run. It's all done. I think that rhymed. Jill run, it's all done. Whatever. Welcome. What are you buying? What are you selling? Oh yeah, so for those who are new today, go support my Twitch. Sorry. For those who are new today, please go support my Twitch. I'm officially an affiliate. And you can what is the word? What is the word? You can subscribe to me if you have a Prime. If you could, I would appreciate that. Please and thank you. Here, let me edit this. Remove. Support Twitch. Support me on Twitch. Fuck Twitch. Fuck Twitch. Support me on Twitch. If you have a, if you have a, whatever. If you have a Prime sub, if you have a Prime, you can give it to me. You can sub for free. To me for free. There we go. Haha. And then we'll pin this message. Oh, gotta start up the recording just to record these. Test. Hello, Pizza Lord. Hi there, Pizza Lord. Welcome. So my meeting today is canceled, so I can stay the entire time. Again, that's kind of nice. I do have to double check my phone at some point. Why did the ad just give me 4 ads? Unfortunately, that's what Twitch does. That's the point of subbing. If you sub to someone, there's no ads. That's literally the point of Twitch. Like, a huge appeal of you subbing is that you get no ads. So yeah, no, every time like I go to a streamer who I'm not subbed to, I get blasted with ads, and it's the fucking worst. I don't know if there's a way for me to manage it so that way you don't get as much. Or no, I know one thing some YouTubers do is they have these like side ads where like he's still there, but then there's like an ad playing to the side. I don't know how to do that. I'm not sure how to do that, but yeah. Okay, well, my very long message on Twitch failed to send twice. That's probably the issue. There might be a word limit. Maybe try splitting it in 2. There might be a word limit. That could be the issue with Twitch. Like, I don't know what the details are. I don't know how fucking Twitch works. All I know is I'm an affiliate, and you can subscribe to me, and that's cool. Yeah, chapter's almost out. I have no idea what to expect. I'm just gonna shut the fuck up until the chapter comes out. Not sure what else we're supposed to do today. Hopefully I don't have to work. Someone called out at work, so I might have to go into work, which I really fucking hope I don't have to, because I was working yesterday. Yeah, I came back late yesterday, and I was just kind of, I wasn't that tired. I got tired afterwards. But yeah, I didn't continue streaming Resident Evil because I got home later than expected, and it was like, it's already late. I don't want to stay up. So, yeah. Unfortunately, that's why we did not play Resident Evil. Apparently, Resident Evil surpassed Final Fantasy as a series in terms of sales, which is shit, all right. Shit, all right. Fuck me. Yeah, I know we're not talking about with a girlfriend just yet. It's because the chapter isn't out yet. I'm just sharing some cool stuff I learned. That's it. We'll get back to business, as the title would indicate. Once the chapter comes out, I will actually grab some Tums though. I'm feeling a little bit of acid reflux. Be right back. Alrighty. There we go. Good to go. Why do I feel like Ruka is going to do something mega bad to Umi? He wants to tell the truth to Kazuya, and Chizuru, she doesn't want to do that, so she fabricates a lie. Umi did something to her. It completely ruins Umi's reputation, and Ruka later has to come clean that she lied because he was trying to help her, and she didn't want his help even though she didn't need it. Well, here's hoping you didn't read the spoilers, and your opinion here is fueled by said spoilers. That would be interesting. That would be interesting. Again, here's hoping your opinion is not fueled by spoilers. Okay. Yeah, so we're still trying to reach our sub goal. Our sub goal is 10 subs on Twitch. I'm currently at 4. So whoever can sub, please, by all means. By all means. Let's see. I feel dumb when I realize this, but every chapter in the boyfriend and growth arc seems to reflect different parts of Kazuya's list of goals, and each one seems like he's not fully getting it, hence why he is dark. Him working out, driving, his confessions, and now upcoming work experience. Ready for my dooming spree? By all means, fire away. Fire away. You subbed, I think. Yes, you did. You subbed. You get to doom spree. Now, don't doom spree to the point where you piss me off, but doom spree. Yeah, no, Eddie Man, no, I said the same thing. No, I think I said the same thing when we were reading one of the chapters, where it literally felt like Kazuya was quite literally following his list. Like, the growth arc seems to literally be functioning around Kazuya's list. That seems to, like, connect quite well. So it started here. Yeah. And it's, like, exactly following the list. Let's double check the list. We got a little bit of time. He wrote the list in chapter 393, the boyfriend and goals. Okay. Work on my body. He has been doing that. Do everything I can to find a job, if possible. We saw him fail at that, but he might succeed in this chapter. Think of a perfect confession. He was literally doing that last chapter. Ask Mizuhara out on another date. He did do that, and finally get his license. Which, yeah, Kazuya has been kind of following his growth thingamajig to a T. However, you can root it back a little bit more to how Kazuya made this list in the first place. First, he wishes to be desired physically, right? First, he wishes to be desired physically. Then, he wishes to be desired monetarily, or what would you call being successful as a job, like being desired for being successful, right? And then finally, there's one more he wishes to be desired for. Yeah, there was 3 different desires. I wrote them somewhere, but I don't remember off the top of my head. Desired physically, desired monetarily, and desired emotionally. Yeah, desired emotionally. That's what it was. So, yeah, and so, like, each chapter in the growth arc seems to reflect that and hint at it. To defeat the non-renters. Someone watched the Avatar movie. I don't read them anymore. Oh, you don't read them anymore, huh? We shall see. We shall see. I will be the judge of that. I will be the judge of that. I feel like what Reiji is doing is trying to figure out who Kazuya is without Chizuru. It's undoubtedly true that Kazuya has an obsession with Chizuru, still backed by the true feelings, but an obsession. I would say his feelings devolved into an obsession. I would say Kazuya's feelings devolved into an obsession. I think that's the problem. I wouldn't say Kazuya's feelings at first were an obsession. I would say they turned into it. Good morning, Johan. Sorry I'm late. It's fine. Just a friendly warning because I've read leaks and I'm really disappointed. Yeah, I mean, just don't mention that you're disappointed in the future. Roman did it yesterday, and I'm just not in the mood for it. So just hold off on telling me that you're disappointed until the chapter comes out. How about that? Just in the future. Like that's fine. I don't care if you're disappointed by the leaks. But let's it's okay. At least you were aware. I gave Roman a warning yesterday too. Granted, I think Roman was a little more blatant than you. He's someone on YouTube side. He's someone on YouTube side. Nonetheless, and it's not healthy. Kazuya nowadays think that being in a love means being with your partner 24/7, and realistically with work, just life in general, it isn't realistic. Well, that isn't simply Kazuya's only issue. Again, we've spoken about this extensively a few times now. Kazuya's conflict is growing up. Kazuya's conflict is growing up. A huge, a major aspect of the hero's journey, a big aspect of the hero's journey is once you undergo the hero's journey, you grow the fuck up. Growing up is a huge element in the hero's journey. Like a coming of age story is almost synonymous with a hero's journey. Again, anytime you go read a hero's journey, you'll see there's a coming of age narrative intertwined into it in some way. And that's because a hero's journey is literally growing up. So Kazuya undergoing a hero's journey, Kazuya being drawn childishly a lot of the times, Kazuya not being as mature in a lot of respects, and not realizing what true maturity is Kazuya's conflict. That's what he needs to do. He needs to grow the fuck up. And what you're describing is pretty much that problem. It's that romanticization of what you think love is. It's this illusion of what you think love is. And a lot of people have this illusion that you're with your partner 24/7, or you're constantly happy, or everything's going great all the time. When in reality, it's the time you spend with your partner that makes it worth it when you're going through in life. You see the Steins Gate's 15th items? You mean the Steins Gate anniversary for the 15th, and for the Steins Gate's anniversary for like the anime or some shit. And they got these like fucking wine bottles or some shit like that. Yeah. Again, wording helps. So this is going to be a short stream, right? Actually, no. I said this earlier. The meeting I had today is canceled. So it should be fine. I'm going to check it again once I'm done with with reading the chapter. I'm going to like take off the camera for a sec to check my phone to double check. But I should be okay. I should not need to leave. I also, unfortunately, need to double check if I gotta work today, because shit's going down at work as usual. But if not, it's a normal stream. So after I read the chapter, where would it be in the hero's journey? Well, I have to read the chapter to find out. I have no fucking clue. I have to read the chapter to find out. I got no fucking clue. What the hell is this? How do I get rid of this? Never display. Be gone. Be gone! Have you ever... have you been getting a heat wave? I hate summer. Oh, yeah, no. The past week has been hell for me. Yesterday was, like, actually, like, it was hot, but not as bad as usual. So it's actually been getting a little bit better. Next week would be the last chapter of the volume, then a break week after. Fuck, we got a break week coming up. Okay, I gotta start planning for these. I gotta start planning for these fucking week breaks. So I can start doing shit in those week breaks. So we have shit like we got going on in those week breaks where I'm not like just sitting on my ass and not doing enough or just streaming. I want to see if I can do something for that week break. 8 o'clock. Wow, I timed it perfectly. Okay. The Boyfriend and Growth Part 4. Okay, he's all dressed up. He's going to work. He looks so dumb. He kind of reminds me of Ippo. His hair kind of reminds me of Ippo. One day summer internship. Kokoro Mart Corporation. All right, everyone, please gather your things and sit with the group that we assigned you to. He looks so dumb. I'm sorry. He looks so stupid. I think he's wearing Sumi's shirt. I think he's wearing the shirt Sumi got him. Whoa, look at this handsome guy. Here's hoping he's not trouble. Here's hoping he's not trouble. Okay. The boyfriend in growth, E. Y-E. Y-Y-E. Wait, they're doing peace signs. This is weird. This is weird. This is throwing me for a fucking loop. Why does it look like Ippo? Ippo is I-P-P-O. It's the hair. It's how he looks. It's his whole attitude. One day internship is crazy. I know. But practice. Oh, he's in group E. He's in group E. Got it. Got it. That's why. He's in group E. Got it. This is my first internship in person. I'm super nervous. I can't help it. There are tons of people here because it's a major convenience store chain. I have no idea it could be like this in person. I don't know anyone and they all seem so distant, obviously. I have no idea how I'm supposed to break the ice. If I leave a good impression here, I might make it into the final candidates. I've got to do my best for Mizuhara. Hello. I'm Shuichiro Kenma. Kenma! Wait. Kenma. We're in the same group. It's nice to meet you. Wait. Isn't the Shunji family's dad named Kenma? Wait. Isn't the Shunji family's dad named Kenma? Now, he doesn't have a mole under his thing. We know that. But I know the Shunji family, like, their last name is Shunji. Shuichiro. Wait, what the fuck? We're in the same group. It's nice to meet you. He's handsome. Huh? I'm Kinoshita. It's a pleasure, Kinoshita. Does this call for a handshake? But it was really hard to break the ice, so I can't really complain. I'm Sato. I'm Kondo. For everyone else too. Nice to meet you. I ran here from the station because I thought I was gonna be late. I'm covered in sweat. That's bullshit. Oh, this dude knows how to break the ice. Oh, this dude knows how to break the ice. It gets hot quickly nowadays. Haha, definitely. Whoa, one light, self-deprecating remark lightened the mood, and it got the conversation going. That's pretty amazing. Okay, this chapter is very, very, very layered. I'm saying that right now. This is a very, very layered chapter. Its environment is completely different from usual. The vibes and the environment is completely different. Let's keep going. What the fuck is... This is so weird. Now then, let's begin Kokoro Mart's summer internship. First, please take a look at the simple introduction and concept video. The end. We don't even watch it. That's fair. That's fair. It's a waste of time if you're like reading a manga. That's fair. I'm not even judging. With that out of the way, today you'll take on the role of one of our 3,000 supervisors working across branches nationwide. Your task is to determine the best advice for the manager of a fictional convenience store. Okay, here we go. Based on the materials provided, including the store's sales performance, location, and the manager's personality, work with the group to develop strategies that would increase operating profit by 10,000 yen for the course. Over the course of a month for roughly 300 yen per day, and then present your recommendations. That's a lot more work than most people fucking doing over here, that's for sure. Approximately 100 USD. No, it'd be like 90 or 80, something like that. Okay. I still don't really understand, though. I see. For starters, please decide on your group name. Discuss it with your group, and who will take on the role of the facilitator, the secretary, and the speaker. Wait, a name? We're supposed to keep it professional. For our group, this is difficult. Probably anything works, though. since we're job hunting. But at the same time, is it really a good idea to play it safe and have people think we're a boring group? What should we use for our group name? Well, let's see. I mean, it's hard to suggest anything. Talk about being put on the spot. How about Coco-chan? Huh? What are those eyes? What is his design? Okay, so one thing I'm not sure about with this character, depending on the framing, he can have the stereotypical gay character design in anime. Based on certain framing, he could have the stereotypical gay character design in the animes. Like, because if you've seen characters in anime and how they're generally depicted, sometimes there's like that bisexual look sometimes to a character that, like, you know, they give them the mole, the way they draw the eyes, the way they do their hair. It's like certain little traits that are given to these characters that are like hard to tell. Now, I'm not saying this character is actually 100% gay, but it's just like this thing where it's like, okay, I'm not sure. And also, Reiji tends to like subvert tropes, right? Reiji tends to subvert tropes, so I kind of doubt he is. But let's see, what is the point of him being attractive, or at least having pretty eyes? Kokoro Mart's mascot is Coco-chan from the cheese store. We can use that for our group name. Oh, that's super cute. Nice idea. It's cute too. It makes us stand out. Let's go with that. Okay, this guy's smart. I see. I'll also take on the role of facilitator. Really? He assigned a role to himself? Yeah, like, when you know what you're good at, like, okay, so what I'm getting from this dude is that what Reiji's trying to do with this guy, and as someone who has a lot of work experience, what Reiji's doing with this guy is literally, oh, this guy knows exactly what the fuck he's about. He knows exactly, like, what he's here for and what his plan is. He's not just showing up half-cocked. He's ready. He is like, no, I know exactly what I want to do. And understand, when you know what you want to do, when you're going to a job interview, an internship, or something, dude, you are ready. You can cook. This dude has job experience. And it shows in the fact that he's the only one wearing a tie. Like, granted, the other characters aren't wearing ties either, but he's the only one wearing a tie, which again reflects his age and maturity. So this person is smart. This person has experience. Really? He assigned a role to himself, and a big one at that. Are you sure? Thanks so much. Amazing. In that case, I'll be the secretary, right? And what does he do? He paved a path so the other characters could do that. Reiji is literally teaching you how, like, a lot about, like, jobs here, and how a lot of times, like, just one person taking the lead to do one thing that they know for themselves, or at the very least just share their thoughts, and they have a bit of experience, it paves the path for other people to do it too. Wait a second, I'll be left out without a role at this rate. I'll hardly even said anything. Then I'll be the speaker. Please allow me. Kazuya, the speaker. Kazuya, the speaker. Dude, you... Really? Are you certain? We're counting on you. I've been told that I have a nice voice. He's never been told that. Oh, no. Kazuya speaking? Really? Dude, he fucking sucks at that. That's like his biggest weakness. Bro, Kazuya's biggest weakness is talking. Oh boy. Damn it. I took on a role that I never wanted in the first place. Stop reacting. What did Reiji do here? Reiji did something fantastic here, storytelling-wise. This is a great characterization chapter. This is a really, really good characterization chapter, because you have this guy who knows exactly what the fuck he's about. He knows exactly why he's here. He's confident. Not just because he's attractive, but because he knows exactly what the fuck he's about. It's not just looks. He just knows exactly what the fuck he's about. And you have Kazuya in contrast, who's actively reacting to him. Kazuya doesn't know what the fuck he's about. He doesn't know what the fuck he wants. So he's actively reacting to this dude and doing things he is ill-prepared for. This dude picked a role exactly fitting for him. He knows exactly what he's good at, and he picked that role specifically for himself. And he paved a path for that other lady to pick a role. Kazuya, because he didn't know what the fuck he was good at, should have stayed silent. He should have just let it play out, and he could have learned something from that. Instead, he reacted. Now he's put in a position he's ill-equipped for. Let's keep going. Group A is chocolate. Group B is cat lovers. Group E is Coco-chan. Thank you for keeping us in your heart. Instantly stood out. Instantly stood out. Huh? They just laughed. It's okay to be a little smugged. He's so calm. He doesn't react. This dude is the antithesis of Kazuya. He does not react. He is here for a fucking mission. Man, he's incredible. He had a clear idea right from the start, and by volunteering to be the facilitator, we were communicating as a group in no time at all. How is he able to handle all this? Damn. Okay. No, this shows Reiji knows how to write a character. Like, this shows Reiji understands business, and like understanding who you are is very core to being in business. We've determined what measures implemented so far are likely to increase sales by a little over 200 yen. The question going forward is how to make the remaining 100 yen, right? And that's the thing. Maybe Kazuya could handle this if he knows exactly what he's talking about. He's making headway so smoothly. Kanojo-san, what do you think? Sorry, I wasn't talking. He even gives everyone a chance to talk. He's inconsiderate, too. He's considerate, not inconsiderate. He's considerate. Still, this is so difficult. I don't have any idea. Oh, I don't know. Maybe a discount sale? It's kind of boring, though. Yeah, that's a good idea. He's so nice. It's a terrible idea. Kenma-san, what do you think? I've been thinking about it. I believe it comes down to the store manager's commitment to supporting the local community. It wouldn't be good to force initiatives that ignore that. For example, we could implement limited time sales when it's easiest for the locals to stop by, or give coupons to repeat customers. Documents 17 past results for convenience store B in neighboring town supports this. He even came up with his own idea. Kazuya didn't even notice. He used his idea and made it better. Bro, this dude is literally how I think. This is what I do. I listen to everyone else's ideas, and I'm like, okay, good idea. Let's see how I can implement this. Yeah, that's really good. You're right. Okay, let's go with that. All right, 30 minutes later. Now then, I would like the speaker for Group E. Please come up and present. Let's see. It'll be okay. We just got through organizing all the materials together. I just need to present it. I'm confident that I can. I've got to do this for the group. I have to do my part. For our group would like to propose 2 initiatives. The first is to reduce labor costs by optimizing employee shift scheduling. And the second is to implement discount programs targeted at nearby residents. To prevent overstaffing during slow hours, we propose introducing a shift leader system for part-time employees, and then crap, what comes next? And then a limited time sale in the evening with coupons and so forth. He remembers everything. And he stepped in to save Kazuya's ass so they wouldn't fumble. Wow. Group E has reached the correct conclusion. Group Coco-chan. Yay. Wow. Kenma-kun, thank you for earlier. For what? Well, you ended up covering for me. I even got good results. We all need a little help sometimes. I'm really glad we ended up in the same group. Kenma-kun. Besides, I really liked your nice voice. You spoke very clearly. Watch this, dude. Let's meet again next time in the working world. This is sus. This is sus. He had some sus vibes throughout it all, but he was very concise and he knew what the fuck he was doing. This is sus as fuck. This particular section, sus as fuck, played like a damn fiddle. Oh no. Oh, here is the sus. Now I see the sus. The sus is real. The sus is real. Now I see the sus. Can I add you on as a line contact? Oh, the SFQR, definitely. Let's get lunch sometime. Sure. I think this dude is like a businessman. This dude is a businessman. I have to remember him. I bet people like him are destined to be very successful in life. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, I am getting all the red flags. All the red flags. I got played, brother. I'm getting all the red flags. The world has some incredible people in it. He's super talented, but very humble about it. He's easygoing, considerate, and nice to people. He challenges difficult tasks on his own and completes them with ease. He's very logical and convincing, even without using difficult words. I bet he's popular with girls, too. If we got accepted into Kokoro, then I guess he'd be my peer. I feel like I'll be seeing him more in my job hunt. And again, I think it's really strange that he's so fucking smart, considering he's just an intern. That's crazy. You know? From here onwards, I'll be completing with people like him and sometimes even working together. I've got to do better for Mizuhara's sake too. I feel more motivated than ever to find a job. I'm going to do this. I swear I will. After that, I never saw him again. Whoa! Whoa! After that, I never saw him again. What the fuck? What the fuck? Ooh, that's chilling. Wait, that's chilling. That's actually really chilling. Wait, that's actually really chilling. What the fuck? What? I never saw him again. That's chilling and funny. That's both really chilling and funny. That's like both a laugh at the readers too. Right? We're like seeing this guy, we're expecting him to be some sort of like thing. And then he's just like, nope, gone, never seeing him again. Goodbye. Right? Usually when Reiji does characters like this, you expect them to make some sort of return. He gives you ominous vibes. He does so much. And he is a one-time character, a completely one-shot character. So this is what's called... So first off, I want to share something with you guys. This, to me, is the embodiment of what a... And I want you to hold the fort. Don't freak the fuck out when I use this word. A proper filler episode. Hold it. Hold. I want you to hold. Look, no. This is how you do a filler episode. This is how you do a proper filler episode. Why? A filler episode serves a purpose. A filler episode serves a very specific purpose. What people misunderstand... No. You're misunderstanding what filler is. You're misunderstanding what filler is. Filler in anime, filler as interpreted in anime, is just something to literally just fill the time. That's how most filler is handled. So a lot of times in filler, like for example, Naruto, they'll just insert an arc in the middle of a fucking thing and it's a waste of goddamn time. A proper filler episode does very particular things. 1, characterization. You do character exploration and character depths. It serves a fucking purpose. You are not just filling things in. You are exploring the characters. You are expanding on the characters. Filler episodes are intrinsic to good writing. You need filler episodes. You cannot make a good show without filler episodes. And that is the problem with a lot of shows, for example, on Netflix right now. A lot of shows on Netflix literally have the eight episode structure. A huge part in thanks to shows like Stranger Things. Because of that, a lot of shows don't get the time to fucking marinate. You need to marinate, delve into the characters, explore things, expand on the world, do more, expand on certain ideas and things. This chapter does such a good fucking job contrasting this one-time character you will never see again with Kazuya. This character is so fucking effective. This character is so goddamn effective that in a single episode, he leaves such a lasting impact, not just on you, but on Kazuya, and the contrast between him and Kazuya and what Kazuya takes away from him. It is effective storytelling. This is how you do a filler chapter. This is how you do a filler episode. If you're bored in a filler episode, they're not doing their job right. If you are bored and if there's nothing happening and there's no character exploration and no expansion or anything, that is a bad filler episode. That, if anything, is more along the lines of a bottle episode where it just exists in a fucking void and nothing is happening. So a lot of people conflate with filler chapters or filler episodes in a show or a manga is this. A bottle episode. A bottle episode exists in its own fucking place, has no relation to the plot, and does not influence the plot, does not matter for the characters, and just kind of exists in a fucking void. A kind of what-if scenario sometimes. Or just, oh, here's this memory that doesn't really influence what the fuck is going on. I would say a lot of Naruto's filler actually falls under the connotations of bottle episodes, where they just kind of exist. And they don't really matter, and they have this entire arc inside of an arc, and it's like, what the fuck? This is a waste of my time. And it has nothing to do with it. You don't need it in the arc. It is a waste of time. This is how you do proper filler. I wish there was a different term, so people wouldn't conflate it with filler, but yes, to me, this is a proper filler chapter. It's both insightful, a little scary, right? A little jarring, and kind of interesting. This dude is so fucking smart because what he did, he got every connection he possibly could. And there's a parallel to him and Umi. There's a really fascinating parallel to him and Umi. Umi also got Kazuya's phone number. And you'll see a very specific parallel between him and Umi. Umi never contacted Kazuya. Umi complimented Kazuya. There is an inherent parallel between this guy and Umi. It is in your fucking face. It is in your goddamn face, okay? This guy is meant to parallel Umi. The action he took here is very parallel to Umi. And like with Umi, Kazuya probably would have never spoken to Umi again had Umi not had a connection to Chizuru. Umi literally said, we could be great friends. Right? He took Kazuya's phone number and he said, we could be great friends. Never, ever texts him. There is an inherent parallel between these two characters. This is a character who literally gets every tool he can, every connection he possibly could. He gets everything he needs. And what it does is that he has every tool doesn't mean he's going to use every tool. Kazuya is just a contingency. Oh, he likes me. I might as well get his number. I'll compliment him. This compliment right here, so Umi. This compliment right here, so Umi. And it worked on Kazuya like a fucking, like perfectly. I could probably find a panel where Umi looks like this. I feel like I could. And actually, hold the phone. Yeah, he literally, his tricks worked like a T. And look at what he's doing in the cover. Girl is just happy to be here. Kazuya's just happy to be here. This guy has his hand on Kazuya's shoulder, and what is he doing? What is he doing? I'm the man. I'm the winner. Focus on me. He is the center. Where is he literally standing? He is literally like in the very back, right? He's not in the front. He's not in the front. He is in the very, very back. And yet he is the core. He is the thing holding all of this together. This dude is really, really fucking smart. This dude is really fucking smart, but also incredibly manipulative. Really, really fucking smart dude, but incredibly manipulative. He knows exactly what he's about. And I think, to me, it is no fucking coincidence that his name is Kenma. As a parallel to the Shiunji family dad. He is a manipulator. He is smart. He is cunning. He is tricking people. He is fucking playing people. He played them like a goddamn fiddle. As a parallel to how Kenma in the story is playing you motherfuckers like a goddamn fiddle. And it's something you can see with people like Elon. Like, Elon's a dipshit. Elon, like, getting a little political. Hold on a little bit. Elon's a dipshit. But he's playing you motherfuckers. He is literally pitting people against each other. That's what he does. He just pits people against each other. He's not actually smart. Granted, he's not actually smart. But he's very manipulative. He's smart in a different way. Like, not intelligence smart, but like, how do I describe it? Manipulating and tricking people smart. Yeah. But yeah, no, that's... Yeah. The fact that this dude... Yeah. Here, first off, I was going to find an image where this looks similar. I know I've seen an image of Umi that looks similar to this. Kanojo Okarishimasu. I think it's chapter 288. Fucking called it. Look at how he looks here. Pretty darn similar. And the compliments he gives Kazuya are exactly what he wants to hear. It's not literally the same. Umi has a more like a sharper chin. And Umi's saying, "Would you mind walking with me to the taxi? Besides, I really liked your nice voice." Weirdly, they kind of fit it to each other if you think about it, but yeah. But yeah, there is a very clear similarity. Yeah. I think in this chapter, what Reiji does is you cannot differentiate between someone who... he's showing you how to differentiate between someone who's genuinely talking to you and someone who's just really good at taking control. This dude is just really good at taking control. And I think what's interesting about this, you don't get told if Kazuya got this job. You don't know what any of this was about, right? This dude just leaves and doesn't say bye to anyone else, right? He just kind of dips. Doesn't say bye to anyone else. Look at this. Look at how detached he is. He's not speaking to a single other person. These girls are celebrating. Kazuya is happy. And this dude is off to the side. He does not care. He doesn't give a shit. This dude is actually kind of unnerving. Like, when you explore this character, when you really delve into this dude, he's kind of chilling. This dude is like really chilling. Okay, so this chapter to me is a great encapsulation of one of Reiji's greatest strengths. So one of Reiji's greatest strengths that people do not talk about. I don't think I've seen anybody talk about this. One of Reiji's greatest strengths as a writer, something he's even acknowledged himself. He's really fucking good at writing like one-shot condensed stories. Like literally just a chapter of things of like a very concentrated effort. A chapter of just very concentrated, very focused effort. A great other example of this is Mommy's chapter. A fantastic example of this is Mommy's chapter, chapter 215. and Reiji even said this. He said when that chapter released, chapter 215, Mommy's backstory. Reiji is really good at like writing these like chapters that are just very focused on a very particular idea. And he delivers that idea well, and they're so filled to the brim with so much going on. This chapter has a lot of words. This chapter has a lot going on. But the characterization of this guy in a single chapter is so fucking effective. He characterizes this character, this filler character you'll probably never see again, so effectively that it characterizes Kazuya's character. That it gives recharacterization to Kazuya's character. This guy is characterized so fucking effectively, it makes Kazuya's character clearer to us as the readers. It makes Kazuya's character clearer to us. It shows how characters that are very, very honest, like Kazuya is a very, very, very honest character. He is literally like a kid. And a kid in this kind of environment is very easily manipulated. A kid in this kind of environment is very, very easily manipulated. You flower a character with some nice words. You flower a character with some things here and there. And boom, it all just immediately connects. It all just immediately connects, right? The kid will just feel great about themselves. Mr. Kema is basically a gender-bent Mizuhara more than Umi, surprisingly. No. This character's nothing like Mizuhara. Umi isn't like Mizuhara. What the fuck are you on about? This character's nothing like Chizuru at all. Is there a similarity between him and Umi? Absolutely. But Umi is not Chizuru. Don't conflate the two. Do not conflate the two. Those are two completely different things. Ruka is not Kazuya, and yet there's a parallel between her and Kazuya. Umi is not Chizuru, but there is a parallel between him and Chizuru. No. If anything, Ruka is Kazuya's dark reflection. Okay, but you're making a mistake here. Mizuhara and Ichinose aren't like, oh, Chizuru just saying... Mizuhara isn't just Chizuru saying nice things. No, this isn't No. You're making a very core mistake here. This dude isn't simply a mask. This dude is a mask manipulator. This is the mask keeper. This is a dude who will use any mask to get whatever the fuck he wants. This dude is here. Actually, here's a great description of this guy. This guy is literally a mirror. This guy is literally just a mirror. Pay close attention to his character. All he does in the chapter is feed people exactly what they want. People who are deprived of human connection, he shakes your hand. He gives you the inclination that he is your friend by shaking your hand. He takes something that you think isn't worth a handshake, and he will shake your hand. He will give you this thing that you think is not worth it. Notice how these two girls touch their hands here. Isn't that exactly what a girlfriend does? No. He's doing that in the worst ways possible. No. He's not rewarding you. He's doing that intentionally to get you on his side. This dude is literally what Ruka described. He is a bartender, what is the thing Ruka described? Where it's like a host bar. He's a host. That's what he is. He's a host. He's a very, very effective host. That's what this dude is. He's just a really, really effective host. He does everything he needs to get your attention. Her girlfriend doesn't necessarily do that. If anything, with Chizuru, she's not just giving you what you need so she gets your money. She's giving you what you want. Because that's what you came here for. That's the difference. You go to Rental Girlfriend because you wanted connection. You don't go here because you wanted connection. You go here because you wanted to succeed and get money. This dude, what he does is abuse connection intentionally. He gives you what you want so he can get what he wants. If anything, this is what people think rental is. If anything, this dude is what you think rental is. This is Reishi breaking down rental to a fundamental level, and this dude is like a walking business. That's what this guy is. He's a walking business. A business will give you the inclination that you're getting what you want from it. It will give you little things. It will give you the illusion that you're getting what you want, and in reality, it's winning everything. This dude literally showed up and did fucking business. This guy is literally a walking business machine. That's what he is. He is a walking business machine. That's not Chizuru. That is not rental. That is not Mizuhara. Mizuhara is different. This guy isn't just setting boundaries. You don't even know him. You don't know anything about this dude. You don't know jack shit about this man. There is no connection whatsoever. This dude is, in my opinion, kind of very money-driven. This guy is kind of like very money-driven. Very goal-oriented. To a scary degree, to an uncomfortable degree. He's a little jarring. One sec. I'm going to check my phone. So hold on one sec, gang. I just gotta check some messages. Just to be safe. Just gotta make sure. There's nothing else. Okay, good. Okay. Everything's good. Everything's good. Everything is awesome. Everything is cool when you're part of a team. Everything is awesome. Okay. Where were we? So closer to Toru Hakuba than Umi and Chizuru. He's like what Toru could have become had he gotten his shit together. But weirdly, I think this dude, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But this dude could be Chizuru's dad. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Doesn't make any fucking sense, actually. But could be Chizuru's dad. Not sure. I don't know what the significance of this character is. He may never show up again. Maybe Kazuya doesn't see him, someone else does. He doesn't have anyone else's name. Oh. Actually. Wait. Yeah. Not only am I going to get what the teaser is, I want to know what this dude's name is, what this dude's name means in Japanese. I want to know what this dude's name means in Japanese. Yeah, I think that's really important. We got to know what this motherfucker's name is. Also, why Group E? I didn't even think about that. Why Group E? Usually there's a reason for the groups. Why Group E? Dead last? No, this chapter is fucking trippy as balls. This chapter is trippy as fucking balls, dude. Also, when you get a chance, can you... What this dude's name means? Oh, this is a weird fucking chapter, dude. This is a weird fucking chapter. Although, by the way, for anyone who's still here, please go to my Twitch and sub if you have a Prime. Sub if you got a Prime, motherfuckers. Please and thank you. We're trying to get to 10 subs. Not a whole lot, but it's a good start. Yeah, look at Kazuya. He's such a baby. He's such a little, oh, he's such a baby. I want to protect the little baby boy. Oh, you. Oh, you. I want to protect the baby boy. Look at him. He's so honest. He's so honest. And literally, I think what this, I got it. I know what this chapter is. Oh, I get it. Reiji motherfucking cooked. Reiji motherfucking cooked. Oh, Reiji, you a crazy bastard. No. This is this. What did Nagomi tell Kazuya here? Nagomi told Kazuya something very specific. You should have told me that sooner. You've got to learn to take initiative or else the job hunting world will eat you alive. What is that guy doing the entire time? He's taking initiative. And here is Kazuya getting eaten alive. What this chapter is, what this chapter does is literally show you how Kazuya is getting eaten alive while this dude is taking all the initiative. This dude's taking all the initiative. Yeah, the way his face is defined, his looks, the way just everything about him. Even his face here. Yeah, like seriously, just look at how he's dressed. Just look at how he's dressed and look at how Kazuya's good. Kazuya looks like he's like looking up to his mentor. Kazuya looks like he's looking up to his mentor. He literally calls him a peer. He looks up to him. He thinks this is someone he's going to work with. He thinks this is like this big thing. What Kazuya is doing and what he doesn't realize is he's romanticizing this. He's romanticizing the ever-living fuck out of this when there's a real chance you will never meet this man again. You have no connection to him. You will never speak to him again. I think what this does is it romanticizes this man intentionally. So that way when he gets to the end of the chapter and it says, I never met that man again, it's like that shocking reality smacking you in the face, right? It's that shocking reality smacking you in the face because it just kind of like literally slaps you across the face and you're like, oh, what the fuck was I thinking? Right? It's literally that. Like it's Reiji literally doing that to you as the readers, as well as he's doing it to Kazuya. This is Kazuya seemingly looking back retrospectively and wondering to himself, what the fuck was I thinking? I never saw that guy again. What the hell? And what this does is supposed to leave you with a void. When this chapter ends, it leaves you with this void. This man is full of so much charisma, so much mystery. You feel like you could learn so much from this guy. There are people you will just learn nothing about. They will disappear. You will never speak to them again. And it raises the question to you as the readers. Did you know anything about this guy? Maybe you'll never learn something about people. There are people you may learn nothing about. You won't know anything about them. They'll show up and they'll disappear. Gone like the mist. Learned literally nothing about this man. The little bit you could glean from this guy, it's just pieces. You could get pieces of this man, but you know nothing. This dude has all the Patrick Bateman vibes. Low key. Okay. For those who don't know, that's American Psycho. Yeah, that's American Psycho. I don't know if I'd call this dude a psychopath, but I'd definitely say he's more of a sociopath. He's far too controlled. Let's look at him very closely. Fake emotions. Kazuya has a lot of emotion. This dude practically never shows emotion. There's not a single time you see emotion on his face. I think this is like what Reishi's doing is kind of like showing you like false worship, where to most people, what this man represents. Oh my god. Oh, Reishi, you crazy fuck. This is like a dad who walked out. This is like a dad who walked out. This is what happens when you worship the wrong people. This is what happens when you worship the wrong people. This is what this is. This is a dad who walked out. Kazuya looked up to this guy. If he really cared about Kazuya, he would have contacted him. He didn't give a shit about him. This is what happens when you worship people who have the idealistic traits. This dude on surface level has all the idealistic traits. He fits a perfect picture. He's taking initiative. He's under control. He makes plans. He thinks things through. And then you end the chapter and he's just gone. I think what Reishi's literally saying is like all these traits we worship in men, and in that same way in women, don't matter. Don't matter. All these traits you're worshiping in people, right? When you interact with people and they have all these idealistic traits you worship and love and see all the time, the things this guy is literally like a quintessential actor in a movie. This guy is like the quintessential actor in a movie. He has all the traits you love about your favorite fucking celebrity. On surface level. He's under control, he's mature, he has his shit together, he takes initiative, he knows exactly what the fuck he's about. But he doesn't care. He doesn't give a shit about anyone but what he wants and the goal. When he shows up, he literally immediately lied. Right? When he shows up, he immediately lied. Right? He intentionally lied to break the ice. Right? He shows up, shakes Kazuya's hand, and then he says he lied because he ran. He says he came here and he was sweating from running from the station. Is there a fucking sweat mark on this man? Is there did you see this man sweat once in this whole chapter? Did this man sweat once in the whole chapter? He's fucking gorgeous. He's fucking gorgeous. His hair is perfectly well kempt. His face is clean. His suit is perfectly in mint condition. There's not a wrinkle in sight. Technically, there's some wrinkles, but whatever. He lied. From the moment he is introduced, he lied. Hell, how do you even know this is his real name? How do you even know this is his real name? I have a chapter I want to show you guys that I think captures this pretty well. Brain work. There we go. Hold on a sec. What does mommy do here? Pickup artists show up. She tells them, by all means, sit down. They ask her, what's your major? Foreign language, huh? Shit's boring as hell. I know how it is. No, I don't think you do. The guy talks about knowing stuff. She gets him to do her homework. Finishes. Doesn't give a shit. Leaves. And when they ask her name, I'm Koru. Or Kori. Gone. You never even learned her name. Was this even really his name? Do corporal internships do backgrounds? I know. It's more of the illusion. It gets in your head. No, this is absolutely his name. You're right. Corporations would absolutely check your background and make sure they, like, all that stuff and whatnot. Yes. Yeah, no, you're absolutely correct. This is probably 100% his real name. But what I'm saying is, this is straight up manipulation. He's lying. He uses the truth. What he's doing is he's using the truth to disguise his lies. That's what he does. He uses the truth to disguise his lies. Kazuya said that he has a nice voice. People tell him he has a nice voice. So what does he do? He tells Kazuya the thing he told him. That's what you told me. Besides, I really liked your nice voice. You spoke very clearly. You have a nice voice. He gave Kazuya the compliment he wanted to hear. He's using the truth to disguise his lies. That's what makes this guy unnerving. Now, mommy straight up lies. This guy, no, he lies by manipulating the truth. A lot of what he's doing is probably just a bunch of half-truths. It's what makes him scary. This guy's intimidating. I would not want to interact with this guy. I would not want this guy to be anywhere near my circle. This dude knows how to play the fucking game, and that is scary. This dude is here to play a fucking game. He is here to win. And this is the kind of stuff a lot of people worship in men. A lot of people worship in society in general. It's jarring and uncomfortable. We are focusing on this guy, the one-off, never see him again. No, that's the point. No. You're missing the point. Just because a character is a one-off and you're never going to see him again, it does not mean there is nothing to learn from this character. He looks like a winner, to be honest. Again, it's what Reiji wants you to interpret. In our society, this dude would probably be a winner. But does being a winner have anything to do with living a good life? With finding love? With forming real connections? Is that what life is about? Being a winner? A lot of people would gladly answer yes. I don't think so. I don't think that's what life is about. Nor do I think that's what love is about. Love is not about winning. This dude is, in many ways, what Kazuya thinks he wants to be. This dude is the embodiment of what Kazuya thinks he wants to be. This is not what Kazuya wants to be. This dude is like the antithesis of what Kazuya wants to be. He lies to your fucking face. As long as he gets the fucking ball. He does not care who the fuck he lies to. If it means he gets the goddamn ball. If it means he gets that fucking dough, he doesn't care who he lies to. These kinds of people are genuinely terrifying. I don't want to be friends with these kinds of people. They are fucking scary. Because they will throw you under the bus if it means they get what the fuck they want. If it means they succeed, they will throw you under the fucking bus. And he low-key did that to Kazuya. Right? He stepped in when he saw Kazuya stumble because he wants to win. Kazuya winning is him winning. So he's just like, I'm going to take charge. I'm going to step in. Right? What does he do? He steps in. So Kazuya doesn't fuck this up. He sees Kazuya fucking this up. He's like, I don't want him to fuck this up. He's going to fuck this up. And what does he do? He doesn't tell Kazuya, you fucking suck and you're terrible. No. He keeps him as a contingency. Maybe this kid could be useful. Just in case. Probably never going to speak to him again. Some stupid fucking kid. But just in case. Going to keep him around. Maybe. Forget it. I'll forget about him. Who gives a shit? Some stupid fucking kid. Oh, look at him. So fucking gullible. Playing him like a goddamn fiddle. That's what this is. He intentionally, instead of berating Kazuya and telling him he fucked up, he's like, oh no, you did good. Good job, kiddo. Good job. Stupid fucking idiot. That's literally what he's doing. This guy is basically what Kazuya is trying so hard to be, and the fact that we are told that we will never see him again shows that Kazuya is probably not going to be in the business world, but the family store. No. This guy is showing us the end result of Kazuya's goal. He will be the guy who leaves. This guy is the end result of Kazuya's pursuit of his fucking nonsense. This is the end result. You will be the man who leaves and never comes back. Is that who you want to be? This is what this is. This is the man who leaves, who is methodical, who thinks everything through, totally logical, under control, perfectly plans every fucking sentence he says. Is that who you want to be? Do you want to live life or do you want to calculate life? Like this dude is not, this dude is the antithesis of what Kazuya wants to be. He is the embodiment of everything people think Umi is. He is the embodiment of every single thing Umi thinks he is. My God, you're taking a chapter I found so lighthearted in a dark direction. This is a dark chapter, dude. This dude is literally the embodiment of every single thing Kazuya wanted to be. And he played him like a damn fiddle. You just described Mizuhara. That's not Mizuhara, you stupid fucking idiots. God damn. No, that's not Chizuru. Chizuru ghosts Kazuya like, what? What, once? The other time she wasn't fucking ghosting him. He didn't see her for a month, but she wasn't fucking ghosting him. And then everybody's like, she's avoidant. She will never speak to him again. She fucking hates him. Chizuru is the girl who sticks around, dude. Mizuhara is the girl who sticks around. Don't believe me? Here. My favorite fucking chapter. She sits down with him. She could have just left. She gives him a gift after he fucking stalked her, and she sits down with him. Is it Mizuhara? He literally says, sorry, Mizuhara. He calls her Mizuhara right here. She fucking sits down. She tells him later it was just a gift because he's a client. She stuck around. It's almost like we're conflating Mizuhara with the person who leaves. She doesn't leave. If anything, this dude is the embodiment of what Kazuya thinks he wants to be, only to become the thing he utterly despises. Kazuya, you gonna call me big bro? This dude, I would, but I gotta get some milk. That's good. That's good. Dad had to go get some milk. The boy needs some milk. That's good. The boy needs some milk. And literally, doesn't he look like a father figure? He kind of looks like a very mature, well-put father figure. I think he even has Kazuya's, no, he doesn't have Kazuya's eyebrows. He has eyebrows that kind of look similar, but I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, I think what Kazuya's haircut does is really like look at how Reiji draws Kazuya. He's very young. The way he's dressed, the way he's acting, the way he comes in with his backpack, he looks very fresh into this industry. Like a naive boy. He literally looks like a young naive boy. Right? And Reiji does this great thing with this chapter where these girls are intentionally get the fucking cross for the face, so you know they don't matter. And you get introduced to this guy who gives you the inclination he's gonna matter in your life. Right? This dude has a fully drawn face. He seems like he has so much going on with his character. And none of it matters. What did Reiji do? Think about it very carefully. What did Reiji do with this guy? He sold you a face. On a literal narrative level. On a literal narrative level, what did Reiji do? He sold you a face. Everyone else doesn't have a face, but this guy does. Therefore, he matters. So, just because someone has a face in a manga, they matter? Just because someone has a face, and that face sticks with you, and it matters to you, they're going to be part of your life? Does every person you meet who has a face going to stick with your life? He sold you a mask. Reiji played you. This is a part of growth. That not every beautiful person in your life fucking matters. Mizora is also the girl that ghosts you and picks her job and live over you. She has the girl in the bed and she sticks and leaves. No. The fuck you on about? When has Chizuru ever picked her job over Kazuya? She ghosted him once. And people will never let that go. She ghosted him once, which I've given you advocate reason for. That she was also going through shit and Kazuya also reverse ghosted her. She looks like she's picking your job over you when she's actively doing the fucking opposite. What is going on here? Roman, we talk about this every fucking time and you loop back to your old fucking argument. I deconstruct your argument multiple times, regular, like I've done this in multiple different streams, and we come back to this. Dude, you are biased towards Chizuru. You are biased towards Chizuru. You cannot see her clearly. You only see the girl who leaves. And I think you're stuck on that, and you'll never escape that unless you start looking at Chizuru a little bit differently. I'm going to teach you guys a tip about art. There's a very useful tip when it comes to art that I want you guys to start implementing. Be not afraid to romanticize what you hate and demonize what you love. Okay? It is a very, very effective tool to start seeing things significantly more clearly. Otherwise, you're going to be stuck in a fucking void of just, I hate this thing, I like this thing. And you're not going to be able to see it clearly. No, you don't see her complete character. You see a side of her you have attached yourself to. Chizuru doesn't just leave. Chizuru is the girl who stays. No, hey, I think Roman's right. I disagree. I just described the rejection. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. We've adamantly talked about how the rejection was literally because she thought she was doing the right thing for Kazuya. I'm with Roman too. What is going on here? I'm talking to a brick wall. I'm talking to a brick fucking wall. What is going on here? You know what? Bro, you read leaks. I'm not taking your comment into fucking consideration. That's not the rejection. She was literally doing it for him. She thought she was doing the right thing. Was it the right thing? No. Was it the right thing? No. But she thought she was doing it for him. She literally tells him, you need to find someone else. He's the one who can't let go. What do you mean? The fuck do you mean? Y'all, let's just love each other. No, I just don't understand the argument. I actively see Chizuru putting in an effort to be there for Kazuya, to sacrifice for Kazuya. She's making mistakes, absolutely. She's fucking up. Like I've said before, Chizuru's mistake right now is that she's not there. She thinks she's gonna be there eventually. But she's making the mistake of not being here right now. That is a direct parallel to Kazuya's character, where he's like, I'm gonna be there when I'm good enough. They're both making the mistake of I'm gonna be there when I'm good enough, but they're not being there right now. If you said that, I would agree with you. If you said Chizuru picks her job over Kazuya, I would say you're fucking stupid. She's not. Chizuru doesn't pick her love or doesn't pick a job over her love. Chizuru doesn't do that. That is not Chizuru's character. Is she fucking up? Has she made mistakes in the past? Has she not been able to give up her job due to her dream? Yes. She said this in the past. She's like, I'm not quitting this job because I gotta pursue this fucking dream. That was the start of the series. She wasn't in love with Kazuya then. She was pursuing her dream out of her love for her grandparents. Now part of that dream is gone. So Chizuru is just like, and we come up with this theory that what Chizuru is doing right now is that she's literally pursuing this career in acting so she can quit rental and be with Kazuya. And if you go back to the beginning of the series, that was literally her motivation when she first told Kazuya about this director. It's almost like you could figure this out if you paid attention. This director that Chizuru is acting for right now, where is he? We see him in like 426. Or no, 425. My bad. What? Back one. Back. Yeah. Previous job. This guy. What's his name? Where do they say his name so we make sure you guys can see what I'm talking about? Takaguchi's plays. Takaguchi's. Okay? We see this director for the first time right here. Is the same guy. Here's the same name. Hopefully you can see the name and I'm not covering it. After this, we'll read what Crumpy has to say. Okay? Same exact guy. Chizuru does not get this role. She doesn't get it because of fucking nepotism. Okay? Here's Chizuru. Here's the Chizuru many of you seem to not remember, which pisses me the fuck off. Chizuru tells him right here, I'm thinking of quitting my job as a rental girlfriend. She specifically asks him. Mind you, she doesn't need to ask him. If Chizuru picked her job over Kazuya, she would not need to ask him here. The director I talked to you about earlier actually decided to give me a role in his performance. Since it's quite a famous play, the agency said if I can make a good impression, then it'll help me get my next gig. It's already been a year since I started, and if I can make a living off being an actress, then it might be good to focus on that. I thought now would probably be a good time to move on. What do you think? Since I did make a promise with you, I thought it would be best to talk with you first. She's taking his opinion into consideration before quitting a job she doesn't need to stay in. She's taking his opinion into consideration before taking a job. Okay? And that director, she's trying to make a good impression on him so she can get this role. Now here's Chizuru, literally 2 chapters later, working her job. And mommy badmouths Kazuya in her job. And what does Chizuru do? She stops mommy midway through and starts pleading with her over Kazuya. I'm going to read to you what she fucking said. Please think it over for Kazuya. If there's one thing I've learned from being a rental girlfriend is that feelings of love are invaluable. Finding someone to fall in love with is actually really hard to do. Kazuya is serious. Are you? Have you ever been serious about him? Did you ever actually let him love you? Did it ever cross your mind that this may be the person who can make you truly happy? Is this someone who picks their job over love? Is this that character? She overstepped her bounds. She went out of her way specifically to consider his fucking feelings. And it is no goddamn coincidence that Reiji is picking this particular thing to reference that takes place right between Chizuru going to her fucking play, getting this play, and trying to succeed in it to reference this. This is literally Reiji saying, hey, yo, you don't remember her. You don't know who the fuck you're talking about. You don't know anything about Chizuru. You don't remember this character. Here's Chizuru time traveling now. She time traveled now. She went back to the past to that same director. She got that role she was hoping for. She's hoping for some success in the acting business. She wants to quit now. She wants to quit rental. But now she's quitting for him. Do you see the irony? We literally time traveled to the past to Chizuru actually getting that position she fucking hoped for. And now she's literally doing the same thing. She's trying to succeed in this play so her acting career will take off. And if her acting career takes off, she can quit rental. It's right in front of you. And here is Chizuru literally defending Kazuya with Mami. The irony becomes now that Mami is the one who's actually trying to take a chance to be with Kazuya, whereas Chizuru looks like she's not here. That's the irony. And it makes me so sad. People forget this character. They don't know this person. Mizuhara does not control Ichinose. That is a fundamental misunderstanding. Mizuhara is merely the mask Chizuru puts on. It does not control her. She is in control. And she will step out of that mask if it means protecting and caring for someone who deeply deserves it. She will actively sacrifice for other people. This is a person who sacrifices for other people. Whenever you guys make comments like this, it genuinely makes me lose hope. Because all you see is the negative. I actively point out the negative in Chizuru's character, but all you see is the mask that you want to put on Chizuru. All you want to see is this character that doesn't exist because you have to blame Chizuru. And a part of me is starting to believe this shit's written in fucking misogyny. And I'm genuinely disappointed. I'm gonna go read what Roman says now. Okay. First page. Promising young people brought together, going in with stress and motivation in their hearts. Okay. This one. And just like that, a great team. I think, he says, I think there's wordplay with the word great, which is pronounced E, just like the letter E. Oh, so that's why they're letter E. They're literally team great. And this guy does look great, right? So we can read it as, and just like that, the E team. The E team, the great team. Oh, that's pretty funny. This text right here reads, Sometimes you first meet someone and they seem really wonderful, right? Damn. Sometimes you meet someone and sometimes you first meet someone and they seem really wonderful, right? The next time is with a crack, with a snap, with a slam. Firmly, sharply, sternly, precisely, properly, neatly, tidily. What the fuck? Whoa, what the fuck? with a crack, with a snap, with a slam. An onomatopoeia. Wait, this is an onomatopoeia? The next time is an onomatopoeia? Like, wow. Okay. The name Kenma is written with the kanji for deer and eye. Okay, so his name is Kenma Shuichiro. And Kenma is written with deer and eye. There is a big emphasis on his eye. Okay. And then Shuichiro is written with 3 different kanjis. Shuichiro is written with discipline, conduct, oneself, well-study, master. One radical. And Meliodas, clear, bright, serene, cheerful. Discipline, conduct oneself well, study, master. One radical, Meliodas, clear, bright, serene, cheerful. Dude, even his name plays you. Dude, even his fucking name plays you. What the fuck? Even his name fucking plays you. Deer eye. Like a deer? Like the animal deer? What the fuck? Huh. Okay, I want to check this. So it's written with a kanji for deer. Jisho. Deer. Okay. Beast. One used for meat, such as a boar or a deer. Hunting. Oh, but that's different looking. Deer. The Psyche deer, Curvus nippon. What a strange name. A Psyche deer. I wonder what deers represent in Japan. There are deers in Japan. Deer symbolism, Japan. A sacred messenger in Japan. Deers have long been regarded as a messenger of the gods in Japan. This belief is deeply rooted in history, especially in Nara, where deers roam freely and live closely alongside humans. World Heritage. The myth of Shishigumi and Princess Mononoke. Wait, the Moon Princess? What the fuck? When we think of deer and divinity in Japanese culture, many recall the mystical figure of Shishigumi from Studio Ghibli's Princess Mononoke, depicted with majestic antlers and ethereal grace. Shishigumi embodies life, death, and rebirth. The symbolism reflects ancient Japanese beliefs that deer represent renewal, vitality, and unseen forces of nature. What does a deer symbolize? Prosperity, longevity, protection from evil, connection with nature. In Kojiki, Japanese old chronicles, the divine deer Amanokuku appear as loyal guide carrying the messenger. So, okay, so this character fits the mentor role. Kazuya even calls him a mentor. Wait, so let's go to the hero's journey. Let's go to the hero's journey. This dude literally fits the mentor role. Kazuya literally calls him his peer. Rescue from Without. In the Rescue from Without section, there is a part where someone comes to his aid. Okay, companions try to, from his guilt, but to no avail. Then the time comes when the hero is distraught with himself, then leaves the companions, and the quest. Alone with only his thoughts and guilt, it is in this landscape of self-regret that the hero may be helped by a mentor, or some supernatural force. His name literally has the kanji for deer eye. He has a kanji for deer and eye in his fucking name. Okay. And brought back to the realization about the importance of his quest, his life, and his purpose. And from this contemplation, the hero, with all the scars of the past actions, heals himself and returns to the group and quest. He's the mentor from Rescue Without. Okay, so now we are in Rescue from Without. And next time might be the Death of Dreams. Bro. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? That's crazy. That's crazy. Dude just appears and disappears and then leaves a lasting impression on Kazuya that seemingly empowers him. He literally rescues him from his failures. Jesus Christ. Oh, someone subscribed on Twitch. Storm Shadow, thank you for the subscription. Thanks for the subscription, Storm Shadow. I appreciate it. Damn. And then his first name, Shuichiro, is discipline, conduct oneself, study, master, one radical, Meliodas, clear, bright, sense, cheerful. Sometimes you first meet someone and they seem really wonderful, right? This chapter is about first impressions. This chapter is about first impressions and how your impression at the very end completely changes. This is kind of what this is. This chapter is about first impressions. When you first meet someone, they genuinely feel wonderful. He seems like a nice guy. He seems really pulled together. Everything is going great. And then you get to the end. And again, I literally started saying, I'm starting seeing red flags, bro. I started seeing red flags. And then Kazuya ends it by saying he never met him again. This chapter is about first impressions. How things appear great. They may not be so great. Congrats on Twitch affiliate. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I've been telling you guys, go subscribe if you can. Wow. What the fuck? Trying to see if anything from Japanese fans. Yeah, I can see people not liking this chapter. I can see people not liking this chapter. I would not be surprised. I'm not surprised you don't like this chapter if you're still here. I'm not surprised if you do not like this chapter. This feels like a bottle episode. It's not a bottle episode. This feels like a bottle episode. It's not a bottle episode. Yeah. No, there is a lot going on in this chapter that feels like it's a waste of time. It's really, really not. It's all about the things that are unspoken. It's all about the things that are unspoken. It's what you see with your eyes, not what you hear. And your eyes can play tricks on you. Like you can see when he introduces himself under the eye. You mean the mole? You mean the mole that like attracts you to his eyes? He has a deer eye. Wait, a deer eye. Deers do have cute eyes that can be very deceptive. I know there's a thing in Japan where deers look really cute, and people look at the deers and they feed the deers, but then the deers can be like very aggressive too. Like a deer can look really cute at first, but they can become very aggressive very quickly. So you're literally being tricked by his eyes. It's just like when you feed a deer, they can seem really chill and nice at first, but it can escalate very quickly. I think the last line they say in this page is the most haunting. Sometimes you first meet someone and they seem really wonderful, right? Like what a line. Right? You meet someone, they seem really nice, right? And they just don't say anything else. Just stops. 209, after the first major breakup between Kazuya and Chizuru, Kazuya sank into depression. We could say we're experiencing the second separation, but this time Kazuya is actively working on improving and taking care of himself. And that improvement and taking care of himself is both a reflection that he could do it if he really wanted to, and his greatest illusion. This is all going to come crashing down on top of Kazuya. This is all going to come crashing down on top of Kazuya. His greatest illusion is that he's really changing. You're being tricked by the immediate visuals in front of you. Because Kazuya is. Your eyes can play tricks on you. His face is in shadow when looking at Kazuya. Yes. Deers have eyes sideways, not up front. Avoidant deflector. Sideways? What? What do you mean? Oh, you mean like their eyes are like... Okay, I get you. But like, they kind of are up front. It's just they're a little more spread out. I saw this one thing here. One sec. Oh, that's funny. Is that how they make the fucking deer kanji? That's so funny. I wonder if deer eye means something in Japanese. Do deer eyes mean something in Japanese? What is this? Yuichiro's the manslayer. Prisoner who did the dirty work for the Imperial Loyalist and the Shogun serving. Okay. After the course of the speed, we see that clearly losing his grip on reality and his dementia and is rather societal during his moment of lucidity during this episode. Okay. The episode runs out with Hachiko saying that his belief is the Empire might not have come wrong after all. Okay. So at first I assumed the deer was showing us just how far gone this man was mentally, but this is a Golden Kamui. Oh, this is from Golden Kamui. Okay. The same series that foreshadowed Horikono's betrayal by using the Last Supper imagery. And generally when the show is series like this, and when it's not, things have been more than me. So I did my research and found disappointing little in regards to deer and stage symbolism. Spirit of nature. Okay. So I just remembered something. I actually just had a flashback. Hold that phone. Hold that thought. Hold that thought. I actually just had a flashback. When Kazuya first moves into Chizuru's place, we see something very particular. Chizuru comes out of bathroom. Kazuya compares her to the deer god from that Studio Ghibli film. It's like the uncharted wilds of her undiscovered country. A divine spring beyond the reach of human hands. And the way she came out of the bathroom, it's like literally like a deer suddenly showing up. Hmm. And then this dude literally has like the name deer in his thing. Deer eyes are positioned to detect predators. Something interesting was that Kazuya's offhand suggestion ended up being part of the correct answer. Oh. Deer eye. So the dude is literally like looking out for predators? And he's taming everyone so no one turns against him. Hmm. Okay, so that's part of the hints. Deer eye. And there's a very big focus on his eyes. He literally defangs Kazuya. Right? He turns Kazuya into this little bubbly boy. I have to remember him. I bet people like him are destined to be very successful in life. He's in shadow when he says this. He's not destined to be very successful in life. That's the illusion the chapter wants to give you. That's the illusion the chapter wants to give you. Wait. He played us. He played us. He gives you the illusion that he's sensible, that he's smart, and that he knows what he's talking about. When Kazuya gives him an idea, he merely takes it and just takes Kazuya's idea and then just changes it a little bit and says, "Okay, this is my idea." You don't. He used Kazuya's solution. You're worshiping the wrong man. He didn't do anything. Kazuya is the one who came up with the solution. This dude took all the credit for it. He intentionally positioned himself in what position? The facilitator. He positions himself in the position where he is the one in charge. It's not that this dude is driven. It's that this dude is controlling everyone. It makes so much more sense now. People like him give you the illusion that they're destined for success. That's not what he's doing. He's just manipulating everyone. Why do you think this man doesn't have a position yet? He's tricking everyone into thinking he's really smart. He's not. All he did was take Kazuya's idea. Kazuya is the one who came up with the solution. Right? Let's read the solution. Our group would like to propose 2 initiatives. The first is to reduce labor costs by optimizing employee shift scheduling, and the second is to implement discount programs targeted at nearby residents. To prevent overstaffing during slow hours, we propose introducing a shift leader system for part-time employees, a limited time sale in the evening with coupons and so forth. It's just Kazuya's solution. What did he say? We've determined that the measures implemented by the FAR are likely to increase sales by little over 200 yen. The questions going forward is how do we make the remaining 100 yen? He doesn't know. It's pretty straightforward. Just give him a fucking discount. Kazuya is the one who comes up with the solution. I believe it comes down to store manager commitment to supporting local community. It wouldn't be good to force initiatives that ignore that. Oh my god. He's doing exactly what Elon does. He's doing exactly what Elon does. He's tricking you into thinking he's really smart. He's just using big words and speaking with big language. He's literally just using big words, and then all he did was use Kazuya's idea. That's it. Kazuya is the one who came up with this solution, not him. All he did was use big words. Kazuya is looking up to someone who he thinks is his mentor. When this person is not his mentor, he just used his success as a foothold. This guy used him. What Reiji did, that's really smart, and I cannot believe I didn't fucking see it. They're the E team. Not the A team, the E team. And E sounds like the word for great, right? E gives you the illusion of great. Because it sounds like the word for great in Japanese. But you're the fucking E team. Oh, look, the E team is the only successful one. So this chapter is a jab at Elon Musk. I don't think so. Not directly. But it is absolutely a play on that. Granted, I do think he low-key has Elon's haircut. But Elon is not this attractive. Elon is not this attractive. Elon fucking ugly, bro. That man's not attractive. Yeah. I think there's also another hint, a little detail in the writing that you probably wouldn't have noticed. The clothes Kazuya is wearing is the shirt Sumi got him. Kazuya wearing the shirt Sumi got him for his birthday reflects his innocence. He's literally an innocent character. Kazuya is literally an innocent character, and it looks like he's being thrown into the wolves. What Kazuya doesn't realize is he's being used. In another manga, the characters would be significantly more self-aware. Someone would clock that this guy just manipulated and used Kazuya's idea and took all the credit for it. Someone else would have clocked it. That this dude literally just took Kazuya's idea and took the credit for it. If anything, I think Kazuya should have been the facilitator. If anything, I think Kazuya should have been the facilitator, but because he let someone else lead, that person took charge. This is how businesses work. This is business politics. This is what they do. Uh, in these like super competitive businesses, what they do is that people often use you. If you don't take autonomy over yourself, people will fucking use you. They'll make you feel good about yourself. They'll give you compliments. They'll give you like all the things you want to hear. You think you're doing great. You're not realizing this person's fucking using you. I've been manipulated like this too. That's probably why I fucking fell for it here. I've been manipulated by this shit too in the past. That's probably why I kind of low-key fell for it here. Oh, I'm not gonna say low-key. I pretty much fell for it. I started to see the red flags later, but I didn't realize how red the flag was. The flag was goddamn crimson, dude. That shit was crimson. Yeah, no, he manipulated him the entire time. He gave him the illusion he was his friend. That's why he shakes everyone's hand. I'm your comrade. When he shakes someone's hand, you give him the illusion that you're their comrade. You're their buddy. You're going to work with them. You care about them. Does this call for a handshake? Kazuya was right. What Kazuya doesn't realize is he clocked all the signs. Does this call for a handshake? Oh, but it was really hard to break the ice, so I can't really complain. Kazuya literally got taught how to fucking manipulate people. This dude isn't a mentor. Kazuya literally got taught how to be a fucking better manipulator. And a fake self-deprecating remark, right? Kazuya actively self-deprecates. This dude, he does the opposite. He gives a self-deprecating remark so people get on his side. He's not actually self-deprecating. He's actually like pretty fucking confident, right? When you look at him, he's constantly confident. He's not self-deprecating. He's lying so you like him. They're like, oh, he's human too. Kokoro. I do want to ask Crumpy if Kokoro has any meaning. Does Kokoro... the company... Kazuya is interning for... Let me take a picture of it so I can send it. What page do they mention it? Perfect. First page. It's in page 1. If we wanna double check, here is the mascot. And what does he do? He uses the innocence of a little girl. What does he do? He uses the innocence of the little girl. The mascot for this place to create an illusion of innocence. He uses the innocence of a child to create... He's so manipulative. Oh, what the fuck? He's so manipulative. He uses the innocence of a child as the name of their group, right? It's the only name in the group that sounds honest, you know? He uses the innocence of a child to give their group this illusion that this group is, oh, they're just cute. Oh, they're just cute. But what does it do? They're the only ones who get a compliment from the people working there. He already got the bias of the instructor. Just by using the name of the workplace, he gets the bias of the instructor. Because the instructor literally said, "Thank you for thinking of us." This is just like the mommy chapter. He's incredibly manipulative. Holy shit. So calling out people who trick people and take credit, aka rich people. Yeah, that's what rich people do. They trick people, they manipulate them, and they take all the credit. Look, you want to learn something about the world we live in? Don't worship rich people ever. Because they did not earn it. They tricked people. They used people. They used people as stepping stones. They don't know as much as you think they do. Even the people who like works for it to some degree, so like actors to some degree, they clearly worked for it, you know. I don't always trust what they think. Because they don't always necessarily know. You know? Like even actors, yes, actors probably worked for it to some degree. They put in an effort, you know. But to say they didn't have privilege would also be a lie. It's very rare and few that you see people actually like, pull themselves up by the bootstrap. But like the truly rich people, I mean the fucking billionaires, no, never trust those people. Never trust those people. Like, I do not trust billionaires at all. And this dude is the epitome of that. He is very manipulative in his charisma. Calling Kenma a manipulator feels premature. The chapter never shows him taking credit for Kazuya's idea. Why would it? He only continues after Kazuya freezes, keeping the presentation alive, and later tells Kazuya, "We'll need a little hubble sometimes." If your goal is manipulation, yes, but no, like I just said, there's a reason for that. No. There is a reason for him helping Kazuya out. Because if Kazuya fails, he fails. No, you're right. You can understand two things at once. There's the problem. This is a common mistake we make in life quite a lot. Just because a bad person did something good, it doesn't mean they're a good person. So he did something good. Yes, he helped Kazuya. He kept the presentation alive. You are 10,000% correct. He also probably did that for himself. Because if the presentation failed, he failed. Why would he want to fail? Plus, he's the one who stepped in. Therefore, he gets the last word. Oh man, that guy can take charge. It is beneficial to him to help Kazuya because he gets attention. He had the first word and he had the last word. Did you notice that? I don't understand the point of turning the character into a villain, especially given the added detail that Kazuya never saw him again. Exactly. When you first meet him, he's a really nice guy. He shakes your hand, he talks to you, he compliments you. He gives you all this idea that he is on your side. He is on your side as long as you are on his team. Dude, you need to clock what he's doing. He's on your side as long as you're on his team. The moment you're off his team, he doesn't give a fuck about you. He doesn't care about you. He is on your side if you're on his team. It is the same with any corporation. The moment you start disagreeing with the corporation's beliefs and ideas and what the fuck the higher ups want to do, get the fuck out. I don't want you anymore. Be gone. Get the fuck out. Oh, you worked here for 10 years. I don't care. Oh, sorry, you put in all this effort and cared this much. I don't give a shit. Get out. That's what you're not clocking. He's only nice to you if you're on his side. He's only nice to you if his niceness benefits him. He's not your friend. He doesn't give a shit about you. That's why in the end, Kazuya literally says, I never saw him again. That's why in the end, they literally ask you the question. When you first meet someone, they seem really nice, right? He's not your fucking friend. He doesn't care about you. He doesn't give a rat's ass about you. All these compliments he gave Kazuya, all this nice talk he did, all this effort he put in, it was a fucking play. He doesn't give a shit. He doesn't care about you. He played everyone. He's only nice if he is on your side. That's when he's nice. When it benefits him, when he wins. Bro, this man is here to win. He doesn't give a shit. And that's the problem. You're making this core mistake of people like him will be destined to succeed in life. No, he doesn't care about people. He's not here to be successful. He's just here to get what the fuck he wants. That's why Kazuya is in shadow in the end here when he says this dude's going to be successful in life. This man's destined to be successful in life. There is a reason Kazuya is being put in shadows here. There's a reason this entire final sequence is this dude being put in shadows. He says, let's get lunch sometime. With his eyes closed. He fucking lied to you. And now all that relevant to the history of Kazuya's relationship. Now, how will that all be relevant to the history or Kazuya's relationship with Chizuru? This is very important because it helps Kazuya recognize who is your friend and who the fuck isn't. Because Kazuya cannot tell friend from foe. Kazuya cannot tell apart someone who's his friend and someone who doesn't give a rat's ass about him. And you see that constantly. You see that constantly. He's like, Umi's my friend. Then 2 seconds later, Umi's my enemy. He's constantly letting Ruka into his house without any consideration if she actually gives a shit about him or not. With Chizuru, he's conflating how he cares about her. He's confused about how he cares about her. He's literally starting to see her as the villain. You're starting to see her as the villain. Reiji's actively leveraging that. This chapter is like a microcosm of this fucking arc. Right? This chapter is the microcosm of this fucking arc. It is playing you. Reiji shows you a genuinely shitty person. Or maybe genuinely shitty, we don't know. And what does he do? You can't tell. Right? He tells you this man never contacts Kazuya again. You never see him again. He seems so fucking nice. He didn't give a shit about you. You couldn't tell. You can't, just as Kazuya cannot tell the difference between a good person and a bad person, you can't either. This is central to his relationship with Chizuru because he cannot tell the difference between her actions. Minnie says she's shitty. Next thing you know, Kazuya starts listening to her. Bro, you need to start being able to tell the fucking difference between people. You need to be able to clock people's actions and recognize what the fuck they're doing and who they are. Just because someone seems nice, it doesn't mean they're nice. Just because someone seems shitty, it doesn't mean they're shitty. And if you do not believe me that Reiji is doing this, I will call back to this again as many times as I fucking need to. I will go back to this thing as many times as I fucking have to for the message to get across. As many times as I fucking need to, I will go back to this thing. This right here, the text right here is written in hiragana. Therefore, it is intentionally vague. It is intentionally written as vague. What does it read? It reads, the good man and the bad woman. Except it does not clarify what is good and what is bad. It makes you question, is the man actually good, or does he merely appear good? Is the woman actually bad, or does she merely appear bad? And there's a lot of stuff like this in literature all the time. A powerful man, history too, a powerful man will do something genuinely heinous, but nothing will happen to him because he's a powerful man and he's well liked, so he'll get away with it. A woman who is in a much lesser status will do something that is either the same or slightly less than what that person did, and she will be ostracized from society. People will call for her goddamn head. There is no way in hell that Reiji wrote this title without thinking about any of that shit. There's no way in hell this chapter does not play into that element of perception and your ideas of what you think people are, and how people can easily manipulate you and trick you. How the person you think is a great fucking guy is not a great guy, and people do not know how to clock it. We see this a lot. How many times have I've fallen for this too? I have fallen for this trap too. How many times have you guys like followed some YouTuber or someone you like really liked and you thought they were a great person and they turned out to be a piece of shit? Like some shit comes out about them and you're like, wow, they were fucking terrible. This is why I no longer worship celebrities. I don't like YouTubers. I like there's only like one YouTuber I genuinely respect, and it's Maximilian Dude. And if something happens with Maximilian Dude and he somehow comes out to be a terrible person, well, shit, fuck it. We are falling for these things far too easily. We cannot tell the difference between a good person and a bad person. And this chapter captures that, because as long as a bad person says a few nice words, acts nice, and seems like he's working for the team and gives a shit about you, they care about you. Okay? They seem like they give a shit about you. They seem like they care about you. They are on your side and you like them and you fall for this shit. All of us fall for this shit. We are in the age of the internet. People are incredibly manipulative. No, this chapter to me is tricking you. This guy is manipulative. He gives you the illusion he is your fucking buddy. And yet in the end, when he's walking away, look at what Reiji does. Look at what Reiji does to this guy. For most of the chapter, this dude is completely in light. For most of this chapter, this dude is completely in light. I don't think we see him in shadows fucking once. In this entire chapter, I don't think we see him in shadows fucking once. Reiji is generally pretty clear with you when someone is lying. He'll show them in shadows. He'll show them in shadows. He'll have them close their eyes. He'll have them do certain things. You can't tell. Reiji gives you none of the signs that this dude is lying. He doesn't guide you at all. What he does give you is Kazuya's thoughts and how Kazuya's thoughts contradict that reality. Then you get to the end, and right here he's in shadow. Right? This is the one time you kind of see him in shadow. You don't see his face, then you see his face here. And he smiles. And look at those eyes. They're so mischievous. Suddenly he's in total shadow. Here's this shot where he's smiling and you see his face, but his eyes are closed. What does Reiji start doing? He's starting to give you the tells. He's starting to give you the tells you're familiar with. Like, dude, these are fucking devil eyes. These are fucking devil eyes. The way he's like tilting his eyes like that, it's so mischievous. You are getting played, dude. And then you get here. Kazuya's like, I gotta remember this guy. I bet people like him are destined to be very successful in life. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Then when he's walking away completely in shadow, you know nothing about this guy. You don't know what he's capable of. You don't know what he can do. You don't know anything. Why the fuck do you think you know this man? It's exactly like YouTubers. You talk to a YouTuber for 2 fucking seconds and you think you know them. You like a video of a YouTuber where they make some good points and you're like, I fucking know them. You don't know anything about this guy. The world has some incredible people in it. He's super talented, but very humble about it. Is he actually humble? Is he even talented? He's easygoing. Is he? He's literally always composed. Is he actually easygoing, or is he actually just very calculated? Considerate. Yeah, when it suits him. And nice to people. Yeah, because he's getting something out of being nice. He challenges difficult tasks on his own and completes them with ease. Did he do it on his own? No, even you guys said it earlier. He's doing it for the team. They were a team. Did he actually do it on his own? No. He took Kazuya's words and he did it. Just because you didn't see other people do things, it doesn't mean he did it on his own. He didn't do it on his own. They were a team. They were a fucking team. This was a task done by a team. They worked together to do it. He did not do it on his own. That is Kazuya's assumption. He's very logical and convincing. Yes. Why, yes. He is very logical and convincing. You sure as fuck believed him. I sure as fuck believed him, even without using difficult words. And without using difficult words. Oh, really? Oh, so what was all this? He's sure using a lot of big words. He sure is using a lot of big words. I bet he's popular with the girls too. Really? I bet he isn't. If we got accepted into Kokoro, then I guess he'd be my peer. I feel like I'll be seeing him more in my job hunt. Why would he be your peer, your equals? No, seriously, why would he be your peer? You got into the job at the same exact time. If he gets accepted around the same time that you do, you got in at the same time. Why would he be your peer? From here onwards, I'll be competing with people like him and sometimes even working together. This is the only shot where Kazuya isn't light. Where he is kind of right that he would be competing with people like him and sometimes even working together. Does that mean you're actually like working with them? I've got to do better for Mizuharu's sake too. I feel more motivated than ever to find a job. I'm going to do this. He feels so motivated to find a job, right? This dude gave him all this motivation. And he doesn't realize he played him like a damn fiddle. He's motivated by a lie. That's what makes this chapter hurt so much. He's motivated by a lie. The start of the series was pretty much the truth underneath all of the lies. That's the start of the series. That was the beauty of the original part of the series. The truth underneath all of the lies. This is the complete opposite. This is the lies underneath all of the truth. These are all the lies underneath the truth. And no better part describes it than the fact that they're the E team. E sounds like great. We're great. No, you're the fucking E team. Eat shit. You got played. You're not the A team. You're not even the fucking B team. God forbid, you're not the fucking C team. You're E. You're below D. You're this close to a fucking fail, dude. You're this goddamn close to a fucking fail, dude. You're this close to Team F. Nah, dude. You ain't A team. You're fucking E team. You got fucking played. You got fucking played. He used you. Reiji quite literally manipulated us as readers. And he was hoping for people to clock it in the end. When Kazuya's like looking up to this dude and Kazuya literally says, I never meet him again. He was hoping for you to clock it, but I can tell some people did not. Those last panels really give off a somewhat mischievous impression of the character. Exactly. He played you the whole time. The thing is you're waiting for the reveal that you got played. But in life, sometimes you never find out. In life, sometimes you never find out that you got played. You have no clue. That's what Reiji did. What's clever about this chapter is you don't get a reveal that you got played. And a lot of literature, what they'll do is they'll play you. Like a good example is mystery stories. Mystery stories what they love to do is they lead you in a certain direction. They give you a lot of ideas. They're going to lead you in a very particular direction, and then they flip they pull the rug from underneath you. And if you were paying attention, it would be right in front of you. If you were paying attention, it would be right in front of you. You would have noticed. You'd be like, how the fuck did I now notice this? It makes so much sense. but they were intentionally leading you in a particular direction. That's what Reiji did. Reiji wrote a mystery story. This is a mystery chapter. You just can't tell. This chapter is much, much deeper and more layered than it possibly appears on surface level. And Reiji leads you in a very particular direction. He gives you the inclination this chapter is going one way when it is going in a completely different way. And you got fucking played. The only thing is, he doesn't tell you. Well, he kind of does. He kind of does. The fact that they never spoke again should have been an indicator to a lot of you that you've been played. The fact that they never spoke again should have been an indicator to a lot of you. You got fucking played. God damn. I need the restroom. I'm gonna go grab some water. I'll be right back. Write your stuff. Contemplate. I'll read chat in a bit. Sheesh. That was a lot. That was a lot. I kind of want to write something for Twitter. Let me see if I can write something. I guess I'll just have my hair cut off. That's fine. Let's see. First, let's get the chapter. Oh, baby boy. Welcome. Welcome. What are you buying? What are you selling? Silly boy. You think you can quit? Silly boy. You think you can quit? This isn't... You don't have a choice here. You're fucking reading this shit. You don't have a fucking choice here. After that, I never saw him again. Rizzy really said, nope, Chirchir kind of died on the way back to his home planet. That's a good one. Get played, motherfucker. Yeah. I think another thing the chapter kind of tells you is the illusion that this man will be successful. Just because a dude has all the traits, does all the right things, looks like he has everything in the bag, it does not mean he will be successful. Right? I think that's another thing the chapter is secretly saying. Just because this dude seemingly has every tool in the toolbox to be successful, just because he looks successful, just because he does all the things and seems like he's got that shit down, it doesn't mean he's going to be successful. In fact, get fucked. I think that's like maybe a more direct way of saying that, right? I think the undertone is the manipulation. I think the undertone is the manipulation. And I think like it's a little more direct in when you read the side text, where yeah, when you read the side text, like when it says here, sometimes they first meet someone, they seem really wonderful, right? I think that in particular is like what gives you the inclination. Okay, this dude's manipulative, right? I think that's what gives you the inclination this dude's manipulative when you read that side text. Because if that wasn't there, I think people would just interpret, okay, this dude would just fail, right? So not only does this dude not guaranteed success in this industry, two, he was he really a nice guy? This guy who perfect it would be. This guy would be perfect as a politician. Talks, looks successful, yet just plain shit. Yeah, no, yeah. This dude's a fucking politician. This dude's a fucking politician. Okay, let's write something really quick for Twitter. Let's go away from the scroll so I don't have like some bullshit randomly come up and then I get fucking banned on Twitter or some shit or Twitch. Okay. Let me get access to the chapter. Let's put it in where it belongs. What do I want to say? I like how in my thumbnail I had Mommy and Chizuru there, but and they don't show up at all. But weirdly, that's low key relevant. Weirdly, that's low key relevant because people can't tell the difference between Mommy's manipulation and Chizuru's honesty. Okay, let's see how I want to write this. 434. 434. Why the number 4? It's also part 4. 434, part 4. That's a whole lot of dying, dude. What would I call the theme? Death? No. Yeah, like don't they look like buddies in this cover page? Don't they look like buddies? They look like buddies. He looks like he'd be Kazuya's wingman at work. Or he'd be Kazuya's best friend at work. Right? If we were watching a show about workplace stuff, from this image, this dude looks like Kazuya's homie. And these two girls look like they're like Kazuya's friends. They're all like working together. They look like the actual E-team. So there's definitely a theme of death in this chapter. It looks like the sitcom Friends. Kinda, yeah. I gotta adjust. Looks awkward here. Kind of looks like Kibe and Curry, but handsome. But handsome. They're ugly. They're fugly. They're fugly. Foreigner Rent a Girlfriend is manipulative chapter. In fact, that's his theme. That's part of its theme. Appearances are deceptive. Appearances don't always reflect reality. can be deceiving. The cover gives you and Kazuya got played. No. Kazuya and we. I guess that makes sense. Kazuya and we got played. He wasn't our friend. God, I hate the fucking word limit. I fucking hate the word limit. I want to write more. I fucking hate the word limit. I want to write more. Ugh. What's going on in Japan? Is there like an earthquake in Japan or something? Just trying to see if there's anything else. What kind of premonition is this? Yeah, even Korakana is like, wait, what kind of premonition is this? What the fuck? What are we hinting at here? Right, what the fuck are we hinting at here? What kind of premonition is this? Hello, new person. Or not new person? I don't think you're new. I think I've seen you here. Okay, someone wrote something too. Let's see what this Japanese fan wrote. I think it also plays into another theme in the story. The theme that things can just disappear. The things that the idea that you'll take some things for granted and they'll just disappear. and you don't know what you had or what it even was. I think that's the other thing. Kazuya like took this for granted in some ways. That could be another way. Like it could be like a double meaning. Like right, like this dude just kind of disappeared. This plays into the theme of taking things for granted because he doesn't see Chizuru right now. Chizuru could just up and disappear, and he would never see her again. And because he didn't take any initiative, he would never know. Right? Chizuru could get hurt, could be in the hospital, something. He would never know. He would have no way of knowing. I think that kind of alludes to that. I said this in the past too, right? Because Kazuya is not keeping in contact with her. Kazuya is not talking to her. This plays perfectly into a lot of themes in a world like, in our world, especially in a place like Japan, especially in particular in a place like Tokyo, where you're really disconnected with people despite being in a big city. And I think that plays with that really well, where just as this guy who you weren't really close with and you thought you'd meet again, you never meet again. So too could Chizuru, a person who you're actually close with, but because you're not talking to her, you could literally just poof, disappear. You'd never hear from her again. And that's what happens when you don't keep in contact with people. This is what happens when you don't keep in contact with people. This is what happens when you don't talk to people. They'll just fucking disappear. Poof, gone. Never see them again. That's rather sad because he's speaking from the future and right now he's not even aware of that. Exactly. That's the point. I think that's the lesson Kazuya is going to learn by the end of this arc, to truly value people and the people who are in your lives. Kind of think it's Kazuya who will disappear. Maybe that's possible. But I think in this particular case, like, oh wow, that's funny. It reminded me of something kind of interesting. In what do you call it? Remember in the very beginning when they first separated when they lost their homes, Minnie was wearing a shirt called Endless 8, which is a reference to Haruhi Suzumiya. There's a later arc in Haruhi Suzumiya called The Disappearance of Haruhi Suzumiya, where she's gone. She just disappears. Right? In this particular case, Haruhi Suzumiya is a mirror to Minnie. So it'd be really interesting if Minnie just ups and disappears. Yeah, I think it's very possible. Like, someone might disappear for a bit. Well, Chizuru's technically gone right now, but yeah, we didn't see anything from Minnie in this chapter. People were like assuming we're gonna see more of Minnie. I'm not surprised that we didn't. But yeah, no, I think this is hinting at like this idea of losing someone who could just disappear from your life. Another character that ties perfectly into this is Nagomi, right? Nagomi could just up and die. And Kazuya would not know because he doesn't fucking talk to her. Granted, what's her name? His family and shit could tell him, but still. Because he's not like there with the people that he loves, because he's so busy running the fuck around and doing a bunch of stupid shit, he doesn't see them. Sumi's gone. Correct. Sumi also disappears. Right? Sumi literally disappears for pieces in the narrative. But I think for Sumi, that's ironically the lesson to learn. Sumi cuts herself off from Kazuya. And Kazuya could just up and disappear and she would never know. But she wants to be seemingly interact with his life, but she never really fully commits to interacting with his life. It's the same with Mami. She put her schedule around Kazuya's schedule. What if Kazuya just doesn't show up? Poof, gone. It works well for Ruka's character as well, where Ruka is taking what she has for granted. If Kazuya just upped and fucking disappeared, how would Ruka feel? She's taking it for granted. So I could see why it would work well for Chizuru's character, because Chizuru is like, oh, I'm gonna, he said he'd wait. And that could be a mistake Chizuru could make. Kazuya just like ups and disappears. That could be a thing too, right? Kazuya like ups and disappears. But I doubt that. I kind of doubt that. But this is hinting at that theme of characters disappearing from your life and you taking it for granted. It's just done in a way that's how do I explain it? In a way that's a little more teasery, maybe, where this dude has like no relation to Kazuya, right? If anything, it's meant to show his manipulation. However, his disappearance from Kazuya's life and Kazuya thinking he would just meet him again someday in the future, plays into that. That this is Kazuya's naivety. And I think this is why I think someone from Kazuya's life is going to disappear. Kazuya has to wake up from this naivety. That he's just going to meet people again. That they're just going to be in your fucking life. Just because you met them and you shared contacts. You sharing contacts with someone does not mean they're going to text you. I have plenty of people's phone numbers, never texted them again. This is what pickup artists do. Pickup artists in Japan, they literally go and try to get girls' phone numbers, and then the girls just never respond. Never texted them again. Sometimes they give them a fake phone number. Never speak to them again. So why does Kazuya think just because he changed contacts with a dude, he's going to talk to him? He's going to see him again. I think it's meant to be that harsh reality. This is what this is. Kazuya, I think... Ooh. I clocked it. I think I get what Reiji's doing. This is reality calling Kazuya back from the dream world. So this is literally part of the hero's journey. In the hero's journey, there is a part. We were reading this like a few days ago. In the hero's journey, we're around here, accepting the new role, the road back. Okay. In this area, the ordinary world, the normal world starts calling you back. And it's basically like kind of sick of your shit. It's like, okay, you're in your extraordinary dream world, you're in this alternate universe. The real world is calling you back, and it's fucking done with your shit. So it's gonna keep so this is literally that knock on the door, right? This is what this premonition is. This is what this premonition is. This is the knock on the door to call Kazuya back to reality. We're done chilling, bro. Reality's catching up, and it's done. And again, a lot of stuff does this. Another great example is Life is Strange. I've been playing Life is Strange recently. That's literally what the first game does. Where the first game is like you're doing a lot of timey-wimey travel bullshit, where you're just fucking with time constantly, and the world is like sick of your shit. The world is like sick of your shit. So it literally like forces a choice on you. It's like, okay, you either live with the choices that you did, and come back to the real world and realize the fucking world that you live in, or you fix this. Make a choice. Literally, the main character travels from the extraordinary, insane world and is forced back to the real world. They return back, and they have to make a choice. They gotta fucking live. This is literally what's going on, Kazuya. This is the premonition that's like telling you, hey, it's coming. Shit's coming. Shit's a fucking coming. You cannot live in the extraordinary world forever. You gotta come back to the real world. Okay, let's do some Deep L. Do this thing translated. Oh yeah, I should read some of the comments. Because Chizuru is always the one who comes back at the last second, right? No, it's Kazuya who comes back at the last second a lot too. Well, Kazuya does that too. It's not just her. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense, honestly. How Endless 8 ends when they do their homework, and I think we both know what their homework is now. What is their homework now? Yeah, so Endless 8 is like this loop that exists, and the only way to break out of the loop is that they needed to do their homework. They kept putting it off. And once they do their homework, it breaks the cycle. But after breaking the cycle, it results in the what do you call it? It results in the disappearance of Haruhi Suzumiya. Oh, and Minnie and Ruka not being here might be a big tell. What does that mean? What if Kazuya gets Mizuhara and Chizuru gets umified? Kazuya? Oh, what if Kazuya gets Mizuhara and Chizuru gets umified Kazuya, and their relationship is about to return to their true selves again? and the relationship is about returning to their true selves again. Ah, so they lose the person they thought they knew. Could be. Kenma looks special to Kazuya because it's the first time he meets a Kenma type. But with time he will realize this guy's a cliche and disappears among thousands of similar people. Ooh, that's a good read. Yeah, that's a good read. This guy's a cliche and disappears among thousands of similar people. Yeah, it shows Kazuya's naivety, his inexperience. Yeah. People who will compliment you, tell you things, act a certain way, seem like they got their shit together, but they don't fucking matter. They'll disappear. The chapter looks like a nothing burger on the surface, but it shows how ruthless and brutal the real world can be for a guy like Kazuya. In particular, not just the real world, in particular, the business and work, jobs in particular. It's showing how ruthless jobs can be. When you're job hunting, like these things can be brutal, dude. They don't give a fuck about you. They'll treat you like garbage. Like as someone who like suffered like for a while job hunting, as someone who's seen my mom suffer job hunting, bro, they're fucking mean, dude. You will get to like a stage 2 interview. Like, you know how like some jobs have like multiple interviews. You'll get to like a stage 2 interview. They'll be like, you did great. We liked what you had to say. We're going to schedule your 3rd interview. And then they'll just be like, oh, well, we picked someone else. Fuck off. And you're just hit with whiplash. And it fucks you over, you know? And especially if you keep like failing over and over and over again, eventually you become demoralized. Like when you constantly fail, you become demoralized. I think this is a dude, Kenma. I think this is a dude who's been shaped by that. Who has seen how shitty this world can be, and he became like a kind of villain. You know, he's not like a villain to everyone around him, but he will manipulate people and do what he needs to get what the fuck he wants. And I think that's kind of his character. Literally, it's a contrast of maturity versus innocence. This guy is like an adult. And Kazuya is a kid, and he knows this guy's a kid, and he doesn't care. He doesn't give a shit, and I think that also creates an interesting contrast between Ruka, Kazuya, and Minnie in this adult world. You know how especially a character like Ruka is significantly ill prepared for a world like this. Like, she's not ready for this shit. She ain't ready for this fucking shit. And it's also how Kazuya cannot know in his innocence, cannot see how even a kind person or someone who seems nice isn't actually so fucking nice. Doesn't give a shit about you. This kind of parallels Ruka in some ways, and in some ways it kind of hints at Umi in a kind of reverted way. You know? Like, this guy is definitely intentionally made to look like Umi. I think that's very intentional by Reiji. He's intentionally making this dude look like Umi. Whether it is to actually criticize Umi or not is a whole other ball of tricks. Specifically because while Umi did not contact Kazuya, he eventually did. Now, he did only contact him when something happened with Chizuru. Right? He did only contact him when something happened with Chizuru. Did he contact him specifically as a contingency? Right? Did Kazuya get played by Umi just like this guy? Or was there something else going on? You don't know. You know, you don't know. Because Umi was nice too. And he also got Kazuya's phone number. And he also showered Kazuya with compliments. Did Umi play Kazuya like this guy played Kazuya? Or was there something else going on? You don't know. You have no clue. You have no clue. And I think that's the important part. Is like Reiji is creating a parallel, but it's specifically to make you question things. And that's for people who are going to look. That's for people who are like going to go look, you know? That's for people who remember. If you don't remember, if you don't give a shit, you're not going to look. Oh, people can't tell what deception looks like, even if it's staring them at you in the face. There's some characters you can't tell they're bad until several chapters later. And this one-off character, you can tell by the end of 20 pages. Well, you can tell if you dig. Specifically because Kazuya tells you. You can only tell because Kazuya tells you. If you didn't get told by Kazuya, you would have never clocked it. You get some signs. You get some signs, but imagine if you get to the last page and Kazuya never says that. Imagine if you get to the last page and this little text box did not exist. Would people have noticed it? I think that's a part of the question Reiji's raising. Raging. He's raging. I think that's a part of the question Reiji is raising. Would you have noticed if Kazuya didn't tell you? Kazuya's outfit is similar to Chizuru's on the date. What? How? Eh? How? Yeah, and I think it's really interesting that no one else talks to this dude. Did you notice that? No one else really talks to each other and forms connections. The only one who does is Kazuya. Kazuya's outfit reminds me of Shinji from Eva. Now that I can agree to. Now that I can absolutely agree to, because there is a reference to Evangelion. Heck, Asuka's entire journey is very much a parallel to Ruka's. Asuka's entire journey is very much a reference to Ruka. Ruka's like literally there is a direct parallel. Like when Ruka wants Kazuya to see her physically, there's a part in Evangelion that like that started popping off recently that I remember. Like I've talked about it in the past. And it's the part where Asuka is having like her mind-bending shit happening, and she remembers a scene where she is with what's his name, the guy who likes Misato, and she's just like, "Oh, please see me," and she like fucking like rips her shirt open, and the dude's like, "Nah." And I've always found the way people reacted to that stupid, because I think the way the guy handled it is a lot better than like pushing her away, because you push her away, it'll cause more problems. But rejecting her outright and not even like doing anything, I think is much more mature, because one, it hurts her less, but two, gets across that like this is not okay. But that literally reflects Ruka's character. Ruka's whole thing is she literally desires to be seen physically. She's a kid. She doesn't fucking get it. Just as Asuka's a kid and she doesn't fucking get it. All the best stories have Eva references. It's not a coincidence. Like, Evangelion's just popular. Shut up. Evangelion's just popular. That's funny. Yeah. I mean, there's a here, you want me to show you another reference to Shinji? There's two references to both Shinji and Asuka, and it's the menstruation arc. Like Shinji, Kazuya has a problem. He tends to tell himself he's powerless and useless. This is just straight up Shinji. This right here is just straight up Shinji, bro. That's just Shinji 101. Shinji 101. But guess what? Shinji isn't fucking useless. But he conditioned himself he's useless. When Kazuya goes to Chizuru, when you turn the page, the meds Chizuru is taking for her period, you see her right here. So these are real meds, and they're called Eve. So EVE. Reiji changed it to Evangelion. Here's an interesting tidbit. If you remember in Evangelion, there's a part where Asuka has her period. And it sucks, and she hates it, and she's like, why do I have to go through this, and guys don't have to? Here's Chizuru going on her period. And she's totally different, and she feels like shit. And Minnie tells Kazuya, oh, I want to be left alone when I'm feeling like this. But Chizuru isn't angry. Chizuru isn't upset. She's just actually more mellowed out and open. It's almost like she's not Asuka. However, this directly connects to Ruka's character, because there is supposed to be a parallel between the two. Yeah, so this entire arc has a big reference to Evangelion. In fact, oh, silly children. Oh, you silly baby boos. Here's fucking Minnie with a Nerve shirt, aka it's from Evangelion. And what does Minnie do in this arc? She literally mirrors the theme of Nerve. She literally mirrors the theme of Nerve. She's playing God. What Nerve is trying to do in Evangelion is play God. So she's literally playing God here. Her thing is literally a reference to the poem. God is in heaven, all is right in the world. And if you know the entirety of the poem, it's basically about a little girl going through the industrial hellhole, and she can't tell that things are not okay because she's a kid. And that literally mirrors Minnie. Minnie is like going through things and she doesn't realize what the fucking problem is. And she's playing God just like Nerve. She's like, God is not in heaven. All is not right in the world. Therefore, I must fix it. So what does Minnie do? She literally plays God. Didn't Asuka lose her parents? Maybe there's more of a connection to Chizuru than we realize. Well, yes, there is. There is a connection to Chizuru, but Chizuru is kind of like a parallel between Asuka and what's her name? Ayanami. I think her that's her last name. Rei. She's a cross between Rei and Asuka. And that's the interesting part. Because there are similarities between those two characters as well. Heck, look at the character designs. Rei has Ruka's haircut. She has a bob cut. Asuka has twin tails. She has long hair. Huh, that's weird. Now, Mommy also technically has Rei's haircut. And Mommy is also a slave just like Rei. Rei is Mizuhara. Asuka is Ichinose. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. There is a connection to the characters, but I don't know about that. Seems like Minnie's Nerve. And Minnie, just like Nerve, makes Kazuya feel powerless. Just as Nerve made Shinji feel powerless. Also, Shinji fell on top, right on top of Rei's boobs. Actually, wait, didn't Shinji go to Rei's house and Rei had a bunch of meds and shit she was taking? And that literally parallels Kazuya going into Chizuru's room? And then Rei is a clone of Shinji's mom. Just as Chizuru is like a kind of clone, if you will, of maybe her own mom, and she's afraid of that. She's afraid she's a clone of her mom. Damn. Just imagine Mommy going to her father and saying, I'm not your doll. Bruh. Ooh. Damn, it's right there. Anyway, we digressed. Yes, we kind of really got off topic here. We absolutely got off topic here. I gotta go to work. Peace out. Have a good one. We check the chapter 344. I switched up the numbers. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll look at that. Have a good day. Yeah, let's look at chapter 344. That's the chapter with Minnie and Joypolis. I think that's the last chapter of Joypolis with Minnie. Yeah, if I recall correctly, that is the last chapter of Joypolis with Minnie. It is. Yeah, it's this chapter. Yeah, it's this. And this happened... Wait, what the fuck? That's literally what happened last chapter. That's literally what happened last chapter. What the fuck? This is straight up last chapter. Except he wasn't trying to show it in front of Minnie. What the fuck? What? That's weird. Yeah, Kazuya looks a little jaded here. I have to learn how to love on my own. I think that's central to this. I have to show her how much I've grown. Bro. He's literally undergoing a growth arc. He's like, I have to show her I can love on my own. Are you fucking serious? Oh my god. The date and boyfriend 24. What the fuck? Okay, wait, this is absolutely connected. What the hell? I'm gonna do this, just watch me. I swear I will. I'm gonna do this. And he fails. Oh. I think I know what this is. This is when... So, here's the interesting part. This arc low-key follows the hero's journey. Why? After this chapter... Kazuya goes home. After this chapter, Kazuya is home. He's back to the ordinary world. He goes back to the ordinary world. I might as well be spending this last week together just enjoying every moment as it passes. Doesn't this literally contrast the current chapter where he never meets that guy again? Doesn't that literally contrast that chapter? He never meets that guy again. Formed bonds and connections versus fake ones. Okay, so I was right. We're pretty much about to return to the ordinary world. It's coming faster than we think. The ordinary world is coming faster than we think. Reward sees the sword, the road back. Okay. Yeah, so the road back is where we're going to be tomorrow, or next chapter. Weird. Accepting the new role, discarding old self. And then where's the one we've been looking at for a while? There it is. Rescue from without. Death of dreams. Black moment. The dark night of the soul. Let's look that up. Hero's Journey. Brain. Dude, please. The Dark Night of the Soul. Hero's Journey Therapy. Oh, okay. Let's just read this. If it sounds dumb, I'll dip out. Finding your way through the scariest and most precious moments of your life. Sooner or later, you will be broken by life, the lost job, the career failings, the relationship ends, heartbreak, divorce with all of its warts, the loss of the loved, mom, dad, sibling, or son or daughter. Wait, what was the tease for next time? Wait, what the fuck was the tease for next time? Kokoro means heart. Oh, I was asking Crumpy what Kokoro meant. Kokoro Mart's mascot is Koko-chan from the cheese store. We can use that for our group name. The group's name is Heart. Oh my god, the group's name is Heart. Or it's a play on the name Heart. Which is really funny because Group A is called Chocolate. Their group is called Coco. Which is fucking chocolate. But because it's specifically Coco-chan, he likes it more, but Group A is chocolate. Oh my god. Their group heart. Their group heart. They're at the heart of the company. He sold them a heart. He sold them a heart. It's a twisted version of rental. He sold them a heart. Bro. He gave them a fucking chocolate. But he decorated it cool so they liked it more. He sold them a heart. Jesus. That's kind of wild. What the fuck? Shit, what was I trying to look up? I like totally forgot what I was trying to look up. I feel dumb now. What was I trying to look up? I think I said it. Did I say it? And there's no heart. Xehanort! Oh, I remembered. I was looking up what the next time was. The next time was with a crack, with a snap, with a slam. Firmly, sharply, sternly, precisely, properly, neatly, tedly. What if next time someone like fucking disappears or dies or something? Like something is, it seems like something is gonna sever with a snap. It seems like something could just sever with a snap or with a crack. What? That's trippy. And that could perfectly tie in with the foreshadowing here. Can also mean sharply dressed. Really? I guess so. Probably. I guess that makes a little more sense. But again, it could also be both. Yep, check with Crumpy. Okay. Are there any indications on this time could be like how it's used? I very much think it's all of them. I mean, yeah, that's been the running gag of the current chapters. Everything you think it is, yes. I gotta check some stuff, so hold on, gang. Just gotta make sure everything is cool at work and there's no problems. I fucking hate problems. Do. Sorry about that. I think I'm almost done. Kokoro means heart. Kazuya wants to work for the heart company. Kazuya wants to work for the heart company. Weird, dude. Weird, dude. Okay. Sorry, I'm gonna set this back up. I might need to eat something. I'm getting a little hungry. Alrighty. Okay. Like waves building on each other? Waves. Wait, the onomatopoeia could be like waves building on each other? How do you say it? Actually, I want to know how to say the onomatopoeia. Does anyone have a link to it? So here it is. Someone could send me a link to this. I'd appreciate it. I want to see how it's pronounced. I think that could tell us some stuff. got me a little curious. I mean, all the things from the chapters are building on top of each other. Sorry, it's confusing when I type out. It's fine. It doesn't matter. It's all worries. If next week is the volume ending, it must be relevant. It's gonna set up something that's gonna lead into next chapter. I mean, last volume's ending was the one with Ruka. Last volume ending was the one telling you a wave is coming. That's what the last one was. The last one was this. It's 426. The last great wave was about to the last great wave. Does Kazuya use the word E here? I swear to God. Does Kazuya use the word E here? The word for great. I swear to fucking God. Does Kazuya use the word for great here? I swear to fucking God. Oh my God. Brother. Oh, brother. Oh my God. Was the guy Umi in disguise? That would be really fucking stupid. If it was, it would be kind of dumb. Like, I kind of hope not. I think that would be kind of stupid. Like, how would Umi know what job he's going to? How could he possibly know? How could he get in himself? What about the background check? Makes no sense. It's Okani Namiga. Damn. Oki is really big. Ah. So a big wave is coming? Is that what he says? A really big wave is coming? But he says the last great wave in the English. Like Omata. Okay. Subarashi. No. Well, that was useless. Probably could give a better explanation. I think of the new ones. Oki? It's not. I don't get it. Okay, but what I was trying to get at is that Kazuya says the last great wave was just about to rise. This chapter had the play on the word great. So, wait, don't they kind of look like a wave? They're literally tilting. They're kind of like a wave. I know I'm digging a little bit, but they're kind of like a wave. Ume is the embodiment of the acting world. This guy is the embodiment of the business world. The question is, are they both narcissistic pricks or not? Well, we won't know much about this guy. Sounds like we won't learn anything new about this guy, except that he's manipulative. Ume, I don't know if he's the embodiment of the acting world. That's an interpretation many people have, but I don't know if he is. Kenma speaks naturally, but rarely reveals what he thinks. Kazuya reveals everything he thinks, but struggles to speak. One hides his inner world while communicating well. The other exposes his inner world, but can't communicate it. Yeah, kinda. I think that's a decent analysis. So I know this is silly, but I think it fits. The great here is me, as in the me in team. So me, and me. What I thought great was E. I thought great was E, not me. Um, sorry, it's E, as in good, as in the play in the cover. Good. It's hiragana. Yeah. Oh, wait. In the cover, it's written in hiragana. E is written in hiragana. Ooh, wait. In the cover, the E is written in hiragana. That's literally questioning what's good. Motherfucker. That would have helped a lot. That would have been really useful. Also, crazy shit, bro. I think I need to use the restroom. I'll be back in a sec, gang. I'll leave you with Kazuya's beautiful face, if it stays. I have returned. I just need to set up the camera. Sorry, I needed some time to just like eat, relax, use the restroom, feed my cat. I haven't even done the eating part fully. Plus, as usual, there's shit going on at work. Woo. Of course there's shit going on at work. Hey, give me a minute. It's not exactly easy dealing with like 5 things at once. Gah. Setting up the camera. Oh, come on. Seriously? Okay. Let's try it again. Camera, go in. Oh, come on. Okay. We're good. Everything is cool. Everything is awesome. Watashi ga motherfucking kita, bitches. The hell? There we go. Watashi ga kita. Okay. Haven't had some time to myself. I did talk to Crumpy a little bit while I was away. I do think this is going to be one of those chapters that's going to be very relevant later. Again, it's another one of those things where Reiji is doing a whole lot of fucking setup. You know, it's Reiji's classic maneuver. Whole lot of fucking setup. Right? Filler chapter relevant. It is relevant, of course. I don't think you understand what filler is. Filler is not irrelevant. A bottle episode is irrelevant. Filler is not irrelevant. It's the stuff in between. It's the stuff that keeps it together. So if you put a brick and then another brick, but if you didn't put any of the stuff in between, it would not hold together. You don't have a fucking wall, you just got bricks together. You need the filler. Without filler, shit falls apart. It doesn't make any fucking sense. And I say this as someone who's spoken to writers. Filler episode. It's probably described differently from other things. A filler episode is an episode in a television series that does not progress the plot of the series. Filler episodes typically serve as filler to the overall plot, may serve several purposes in a series. Instead of focusing on the plot of the series, a filler episode may focus on the development of the characters. While not inherently bad, they are often received negatively by viewers. Filler episodes are created for a number of reasons. Depending on the series, they can be used to adjust the overall plot or to lengthen the series. Filler episodes are common in anime and are frequently associated with the medium. Several consecutive filler episodes in anime can construct a filler arc. Okay. Literally, look at this. It's the connecting tissue. It is the connecting tissue. It could be bad. It could be bad, but it's not necessarily bad. It's literally in the description. It's not progressing the plot. Absolutely. It is not progressing the plot. I'm with you on that. This is not a chapter that's progressing the fucking plot. Hell no. What are you on about? But the plot doesn't always need to be moving. I'm actually very against that. I've actually been a very outspoken advocate of being against the plot constantly moving. I fucking hate that. I'm not a big fan of the plot constantly moving. I like when the plot is able to stop for a fucking second, or maybe a few seconds, or maybe like a while, just to let the characters breathe. And in so doing, you explore the characters. This is not a plot-heavy chapter. It's not moving the plot forward. On surface level, it can even feel like a bottle episode, where it feels disconnected from everything around it. It's not. This is a quintessential filler episode. This is how you do filler, in my opinion. You could make shit filler. Absolutely. You could make shit filler. 100%. I've seen a lot of shit filler that was a waste of my goddamn time. This is not it. This is a good filler episode. This is how you do filler. This episode also literally advances the plot too. This was the first time we got him at a job. Okay, so there you go. Technically, yeah. This is the first time he's at a job, so there is actual plot progression. It's not the plot you want, mind you. It's not the plot you want, but Kazuya's plot is advancing. So he is right. JoJo is correct. The plot is advancing, so it's not even a full filler episode. It's not even a truly full filler episode. The plot is advancing. It's just not advancing the romance, which a decent amount of people are here for. However, this is a story. Kazuya isn't hired for an internship, but he got work experience. Therefore, it is progress. Progress. It is progress. He did not get hired. Correct. But he got progress to his goals. However, this chapter is really important. I think this is a chapter that on surface will feel like a waste of time and pretty fucking dumb. And then when you dig into it a little more, it's fucking not. It's actually genuinely good. You could skip the current volume and you wouldn't miss anything, honestly. Okay, let's go through that. So the volume starts 427. Umi and Ruka talking. I think that's a pretty big deal. Umi finding shit out about Ruka, that's a pretty big fucking deal. Umi's fucking clashes with Ruka's belief system. He's literally deconstructing her character. He tears her the fuck apart. Then Ruka opens up to Umi of all people about it. And then she cries over the fact that she still wants to be with Kazuya despite it all. Literally setting up the fact that Ruka might really fully commit to the villain role. Then we have Chizuru. We finally cut back to Chizuru. What's going on with Chizuru? Chizuru is drawing some lines, right? Chizuru is, what's she doing in this chapter? She wants to contact Ruka. She wants to be clear about her feelings. And then we see Kazuya working out and doing a whole bunch of stuff. Okay? And this is contrasted by Ruka not answering the call. Ruka, who usually confronts characters, isn't answering anyone. There's a lot of character exploration happening here and a lot of setup and build-up. Okay? Then we go to chapter 431, when the growth arc truly begins. Okay? What happens here? Kazuya, as most people started to perceive, is changing. He's like, I could be fine without Chizuru. Kazuya, of all characters, said that shit. Now, is it good? Oh, that's a whole other fucking ballgame. But Kazuya, motherfucking Kazuya, said he would be okay without Chizuru. Because he has these things. Now, we know that's bullshit, but that's character development. Is it moving forward in the way that you would like? Not necessarily, but this is character development. You cannot say there is no progressing the plot. This character has changed. He's a different motherfucker. Then we cut to Chizuru. Okay, Chizuru is pretty much saying she's in love again. Okay, we've heard this before. And then we got a glimpse into her play. That's weird. Huh, we got a glimpse into her play. And I'm just speaking purely plot. I'm speaking purely plot and relevance. I'm not even talking about the character exploration. Each individual chapter has crazy character exploration. I'm just purely giving you like, oh, look, here's a thing that like makes the chapter actually have fucking service and matter. Then you cut to this chapter with Mami, another growth chapter. Then you cut to Ruka, and you have this contrast where Ruka is starting to, I don't know, go to the fucking dark side for realsies, yo. And then finally, we have this chapter, which is, yeah, the most filler-esque chapter out of all of them. I will admit that. But it's good. But it's good. It's there. This could be packed in a nice 20 pages chapter, but it's stretched out and it's a fact. No. No. How? I do not see a way where you could put everything that Reiji put in here into 20 pages. And if you did, I'm sorry, I would not read your story. Straight up. This is like telling me, give me the cliff notes of a book. And I hate that. This is like telling me, give me the cliff notes of a book. And I'm already fucking annoyed. This isn't homework. I'm not reading this for homework. I am reading this for a story. I'm not going to do that. I don't want a cliff notes version of this. Every time a manga does this, by the way, and I see it get praised, I'm actually fucking annoyed. And I end up dropping it. Every time a manga does this shit, where it just speedruns shit, I end up dropping it. I can't fucking stand it. It feels like a waste of my time because you're not putting real effort into the characters. Now, granted, does it need to be this long? Not necessarily. Every story has its own pacing and structure, and you do what the fuck you want to do. I'm not going to argue with that. Maybe a chapter, maybe a story is not about this stuff, therefore it could condense it. But when you say this story should condense all of that, I think that's nonsense. You're literally speed running the characters. That doesn't make any sense. Like the entire conversation between Umi and Ruka, like this. Okay, it starts with Ruka not trusting Umi, then it gets to Ruka being challenged by Umi, and then it gets to Ruka opening up to Umi. So you're telling me you could do all of that in 20 pages, where we go from Ruka being very apprehensive and very like far away from Umi, not comfortable with him. Then she fucking opens up to him in like 20 pages? Seriously? I'd have my doubts. What the fuck are you talking to this guy in 20 pages? That feels incredibly natural. Ruka avoiding Chizuru in this chapter and Chizuru wanting to contact her, that's interesting. It shows that Ruka, even when she literally has the person at her doorstep, Chizuru fucking called her. She will not answer. I think that's really important for Ruka's character. It's literally not only deconstructing Ruka's character, but it's also exploring Chizuru's character. Why the fuck is Chizuru calling her when she's clearly not ready? It's like Chizuru's trying to speedrun this. Then, when we get here, Chizuru stops giving a fuck about Ruka and starts focusing on other stuff because Chizuru didn't want to talk to Ruka. This chapter, The Boyfriend and Growth, is a big exploration of Chizuru's character, where she's clearly afraid to talk to Ruka. She doesn't want to deal with her shit. And instead, she ignores that, right? She's like, I don't want to talk to her. She literally says it right here. I feel relieved that I don't have to fucking talk to her. Chizuru wants to avoid that because she's not actually ready to face Ruka, but she can face this. And that's really interesting. She's literally ignoring the real problems for work. That's interesting. It's setting up her character. It's exploring stuff about Chizuru's character. When we get to this one, the whole mommy arc, okay, this chapter can again feel like a filler at first glance, right? It's just Kazuya driving and mommy talking to him and mommy gives him a gift. And you're like, what the fuck? What the fuck? This feels like a waste of time. What the fuck is this? But in reality, there's an interesting element here. There's an idea of how the characters are doing things. In particular, how mommy actually tries to bring Kazuya closer to her, only to make her literally look away from him. Look away from her. She tries to pull him in and he pushes further away. She's literally doing the opposite of Chizuru in an interesting way. Then you have Ruka thinking about Umi. So we have this element of perspectives. The next chapter deals with perspective, where 4033 is literally just about getting into this, okay, how does Ruka view Umi? How does Kazuya view Chizuru? And their perspectives are all fucking fucked. And they're saying things that to us make sense, but hint at a lot underneath. Finally, we disconnect from everything. We disconnect from love. We disconnect from all the outside characters. We get introduced to a brand new set of cast. And it's weird. Who the fuck are these guys? And they don't come back, and you expect me to get invested? Yeah, exactly, motherfucker. That's the idea. You're mistaking connections and investments with these relationships that lasted like 2 fucking seconds. This isn't a real relationship. This is central to the theme of the narrative. The theme of the narrative is literally around the idea of how social media and the cities and the places that we live in can literally disconnect us. This is a story about understanding social disconnection and how to form real relationships. So what is Reiji showing us? Reiji is delving deep into that depravity of disconnection, where you're literally not connected to the people that you want to be connected to. I think a great example of this lies in this chapter when Kazuya and Chizuru text. And Kazuya is like, you don't need to reply. And when Chizuru replies, it's a very like curt, boring answer. So romance is not part of this. Romance is intrinsic to this. Romance is intrinsic to this. This is a story about what it truly means to form connections. The real effort that it takes to truly form connections. That is a central theme. So what is Reiji doing? We, at our time, where we are right now in the world that we currently live in, we are more disconnected than we have ever been. We are just inherently just disconnected. We don't understand each other. We don't get each other. We get attached to the wrong people. We get attached to things that, frankly, we shouldn't be fucking attached to. And this is Reiji literally depicting that with the characters, where we start out with something that really matters, and we start to lose that. And this is right now what the story is doing, is literally about losing something so you can truly find it in the end. So, what is Reiji doing? Kazuya and Chizuru are actively losing themselves more and more and more and more. And it's progressing more and more and more and more to the point that we're at a point where Kazuya likes a dude who doesn't give a rat's fucking ass about him. And he looks up to this guy like he's a fucking mentor. We've literally, the idea is that we've lost the plot. And if you don't know how to connect with people, how to form real relationships, how the actual fuck do you expect to have romance? This is central to life. This is part of life. This is what it means to really live. To live is to learn how to form connections and bonds with other people. We're naturally social creatures. So how can Kazuya possibly hope to have a relationship with Chizuru when he's fundamentally misunderstood relationships as a whole? That's what Reiji's exploring. He's exploring relationships. He's exploring what it means to have connections and relationships and all that stuff. And I think a lot of people just are not understanding that. The things he's talking about, how they are central to relationships. The relationships you have at work can be connected to your romance. Because through your interpretation of how relationships should function through work, you misunderstand what you truly desire in someone else. Oh, I like this guy. He's someone to look up to. He's a fucking sly fox. He played you like a goddamn fiddle. What the fuck? What do you mean? But in so doing, Kazuya has fundamentally misunderstood what it means to form a relationship. It also reflects Kazuya's character. Characters are central in romance. It's about the characters. You're invested in those characters and their relationship. When Kazuya, a character who is staying innocent for far too long, and he wants to get into a relationship that's an adult relationship, how the fuck does he expect to hold this relationship together when he's this naive? When he's this deluded? Like, Kazuya right now is kind of like he's too innocent. And he's letting himself stay innocent in a world that does not give a shit. And it's about to tear him to shreds. And with each one, we get like closer and closer to that premonition of just like, oh fuck. And that's where real love truly begins. That's where real love truly begins. When everything you know shatters. And you got to pick up the pieces and you got to recognize what you have and what truly matters to you. I think I didn't really value what I had for the longest time until I had like kind of a life crisis where I kind of just had to fall apart at first. And I realized who was close to me, who mattered, who gave a shit. I started to realize what I loved, what I wanted in my life. And that, I experienced that around Kazuya's age. I experienced that particular thing around Kazuya's age. Where I had to really start understanding what the fuck I want out of life. I had to start learning what the fuck I wanted out of my life. Otherwise, it fucking sucked. And that's what it means to be an adult. It's not giving up your kid side. It's not giving up being a child. You respect and care for the child, but you must learn to protect the child. Being an adult is protecting the child, your inner child, and the children around you. They're your future. Your inner child is literally your future. If you do not protect it, you're dead inside. If you do not care about what the fuck you want in your future, you're dead inside. And what Kazuya is doing, unfortunately, is he's letting the kid speak for him. But the kid doesn't know what it wants. Your inner child doesn't always know what the fuck it wants. You gotta learn how to communicate to it. Kazuya is not growing up. He's not letting his inner child deal with him and explore and understand that, you know? He's not trying to understand himself. He's letting himself just be a kid. And that's a problem because when you're entering a world where people don't give a shit about the kids, they're fucking evil. Like, the adult world can be so incredibly cruel to children. And when you let yourself be a child, it will burn all that much more. The dude would never make a movie for anyone. What? The dude with, like, no soul? Or the adult? I would say Kazuya was more of an adult in the movie arc than anything. Because he pursued his dream, but he pursued it in a logical and a manner that was true to himself, but at the same time in a mature way, where he knew what he was doing. I would say Kazuya in the movie arc was mature. But that's the thing. That was maturity for someone else. It's showing that he could do it. And it's showing that that's the true him. But when it comes to himself, when it comes to what he wants, he hasn't addressed that, and he's let trauma control his life. And I think Reishi is doing a great job writing a lifelong story. That's kind of what it feels like. It feels like he's writing a lifelong story. It feels like you're watching someone's life, and I think that's really fun. You don't get many stories like this. I like that this story isn't like other stories. I like that Reishi isn't putting this in 20 pages. That's so much more interesting. I like Reishi because his shit is not like other people. That's what makes it unique and fascinating. Kazuya's main flaw is that he's such a nice, gentle idiot. Things everyone is like him. Not quite. It's when someone fits a specific category. When they say certain things, act in certain ways. It's a very common thing. Chizuru actually describes it really well in that anthology chapter. So, I don't know if you guys remember, there's this anthology chapter. And we talked about it. I showed it to you guys briefly. Yeah, in this chapter, in this anthology, Chizuru talks about how we relate to people. There are actors out there that no one would call a heartthrob, but suddenly they look so cool when they strike a pose, or actors who aren't your type at all, yet suddenly make your heart race when they smile. Okay? But there are times when that's not the case, when I'm like, why am I so drawn to them? It could be because they're playing such an outstanding role, but I feel like there's something more to it. Charm or something? Charm, that's it. So that they kind of overlap with the role and you just kind of find yourself drawn to them. But then there's still the question of what it exactly is. I'm not sure myself. Maybe it has to do with time. Okay, this part's really important. This is literally what happens in this chapter. I feel like charm is really about identifying with a person. And how can you identify with someone you don't know and just have only just met? I think the true essence of charm is the time you spent with each other. So then how do you explain when you're taken by an actor the first time you see them? Was that love at true sight? Nope. Like I said, it's all about identifying with them. You've got your own ways of thinking and acting. So when we feel like someone fits with that or resembles the things we long for, it adds to that sense of time. So even though you just met, you feel like there's a connection. Isn't that literally what happened in this chapter? This dude fits all the things Kazuya wishes he could be. It plays perfectly into what Kazuya wants. This dude on surface is everything Kazuya wants. He's charming. He's smart. He's logical. He's nice to everyone. He's good looking. He has all of the traits Kazuya desires. And that's what Kazuya is attached to. But is that really who you want? Now listen to what Kazuya says. Doesn't that make it all sound so ordinary? So then what? The whole concept of soulmates isn't real? Chizuru dips out. This is the irony. This is the irony here. He's a dreamer. And that's fine. But what's happening here? There's a problem. Now, less than a dreamer, he's been lost in the fantasy. There's a difference between being a dreamer and someone who's lost in the fantasy. Doesn't know who the fuck they are. Who's lost in the ideas of what they desire. That's pretty much what happened with Kazuya. He sees a fantasy and he's trapped in it. He's just happy to be in a fantasy. He's pretty much like Sumi. And now this is where the interesting part comes in. Kazuya is pretty much Sumi here. And he was manipulated in the same exact way he unintentionally manipulated Sumi. He was manipulated in the same exact way he unintentionally manipulated and hurt Sumi. This chapter directly connects to this arc with Sumi, where he unintentionally hurt her. He didn't need to go to Sumi. What the fuck did he go to Sumi for? And that was also part of the hero's journey. In the hero's journey, there's a part where, let's see. Where's that part where like unnecessary damage? Like there's like unnecessary pain. Not here. Maybe it's in the Wikipedia one we were looking at. Yeah, there's like a part just before the second threshold, which is where he interacts with Sumi, where it literally says like the hero causes unnecessary bloodshed. Which is quite literally what happens because Sumi quite literally bleeds. I don't feel like finding it. We were reading it the other day. But yeah, that's literally mirrors that. Now Kazuya is being put in the position of Sumi. And it happened to him. Right? He's being abused. He's a naive, stupid kid who's being abused by someone older than him that he looks up to and respects. In that same exact way, Kazuya is older in the relationship with Sumi. And instead, he abuses the poor girl's naivety and innocence. Sumi is an innocent girl. He abuses her naivety and innocence. He gets her to confess. She nosebleeds. He does a lot of stuff, and he's not considerate of her at all. He doesn't consider her at all. He literally doesn't even look, and she has to hide her feelings. I think that connects to a lot of this. Faye, can you look at my last message on like Discord or something? Or like on here? Could the twist be that it is somebody Kazuya doesn't expect is going to die, and then he has all the time in the world with like his mother or father? Jesus, that'd be dark. Kazuya simply can't see the nuance of people just because they appear to act a certain way. Doesn't that mean they actually are always like that, as evident that mommy, whom he can't figure out, is flip-flopping and throwing him for a loop just when he thinks he's figured it out? That's the thing, though. He needs to, like, confront that stuff, and he's not. I think with Kazuya's character, what it is the cost of his denial. I think what this arc is about is the cost of denial. The cost of willful naivety. This is a big thing with grief and coping mechanisms. A big thing that they'll do a lot with arcs like this, where there's a lot of characters, especially when they're going through grief or they have a lot of coping mechanisms. What they'll do is they'll keep chasing something that they think is the cause of their pain. And chasing that thing has a cost. And eventually that cost will just reach a point where you can't keep pretending it's not there. Until you got to accept the reality of the situation. A great example, and again, I've mentioned this before, is Final Fantasy 16. Final Fantasy 16, in a lot of ways, is about Clive's grief. And he's in fucking denial about the problem. He is in denial of what the real problem is. He's chasing someone else who he blames for the problem. Only to ultimately realize he's the problem. And he has to accept that if he's ever going to move forward. And the story literally tells you he's been running away the whole goddamn time. The whole presentation is basically a parallel to Kazuya's relationship with Chizuru. He doesn't fail because he lacks ideas. He fails because he can't express them. Kind of. I think this chapter is about how adults can trick and abuse children. Or at the very least, maybe flip it a little bit, how the appearance of maturity, or how maturity can easily how the appearance of maturity can easily manipulate innocence. Maybe that's a good way of putting it. How the appearance of maturity can easily manipulate innocence. And I think that very much captures this problem right here. Kazuya's innocence is very easily manipulated by someone who appears mature. And yet, the irony comes when that Kazuya is placed in a mature position, he ironically abuses others in his naivety, when he's supposed to be the mature one and recognize what's going on with the people around him. I agree that there's some intentional parallel. That's what I was trying to say earlier. Oh, what did you say earlier? I didn't see it. Over and JoJo popped the fuck off. Jesus Christ. The chapter might be speedrun of the entire series. He meets this beautiful, perfect person at their job, and they work together. There's a film, even says Tsuki at the end, and then they strangely detailed close-up on the face, like we'd seen him doing this one, like we'd seen him doing for one of the girls. I'm confused. What are you referring to? Like, this is Kazuya? Like, I was saying mostly a joke, but there's a parallel that I felt. Oh. Okay, no worries. Oh, let me see if Crumpy said anything else. Oh yeah, we did talk a little bit. So Crumpy, we made some clarifications. Let me just double check some stuff. Wow, 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 wow. Wow. So talking to Crumpy, he said, yeah, so he agreed that great in this chapter is not the same as great in the other chapter. Great in the wave chapter is as in a great, like it's big, great as in large, whereas here, great as in good. He said it is in hiragana, but I don't think it makes it more interpretive because the word is written in hiragana most of the time. Yeah, and then I countered by saying, well, yeah, but it's intentionally said with a team. So it says they're a great team, but what makes them great? You know, it says now that's a great team. But the question is what makes them great. That's where it becomes fascinating. Hi, you guys pop the fuck off. I gotta drink some tea. And spill it on myself, apparently. Fuck me, I guess. I'm loving the day. I am loving the day. Fuck. I hate how tired I feel. I was trying to sleep well today. But I learned a very important lesson. I cannot eat a lot before bed. I gotta start eating better before bed because I can't fucking sleep when I eat a lot. Oh, look at that yawn. Listen to that fucking yawn. Okay, let's see what the fuck's going on with Over and JoJo. They were having a war, bro. Okay. Sounds like an opinion, but technically most things could be packed into 20 pages. The Odyssey could be 20 pages long. Does that make it better though? What about Chizuru and Ruka stalling to talk for like 3 chapters? What about Minnie stalling to talk with Kazuya for 2 chapters? Well, again, I already talked about that. There was a whole point to that. There's literally an intentional narrative purpose to them not speaking to each other. You're missing the reason why they're stalling. You think they should do that, but that's the clue to look into why they are doing that. Ask yourself, why are they not doing what I expect? You have 1 chapter left in the volume, and we won't have to talk. And we won't have the talk. That's for sure. We will get a somewhat of a cliffhanger of something that what's going to be, and that only Reiji knows. I mean, possibly, or we might get something. You never know. Trust that something big is about to happen, but it's not what you're looking for. So why bring it up even if you won't do it? Because it's begging you to look deeper, beyond the surface level. If you give each of these chapters a deeper read, it becomes incredibly fascinating. Like truly, there's a whole world underneath the rising wave. As many said, they should have started dating and figured it out together. What he's doing right now is really bad, and same goes for Chizuru. She let him be, and all the trouble started happening. Well, no, that's the thing, is like, you're not asking the right question. Why are they not talking? Why are they avoiding each other? What is the cause of this? And that's where something interesting starts. Minnie doesn't have context. One thing that's really fascinating about a lot of what Minnie says, and I've talked about this in the past, is when you go to a lot of Minnie's words, you can literally contrast them with earlier parts of the series to like without like factually prove her incorrect. That becomes really interesting. Why? Because Minnie is missing crucial information. Minnie did not experience the story like Kazuya did, like Chizuru did. She doesn't understand their history, nor does she understand their trauma. What she is saying is obvious. Yeah, they should be dating. If there wasn't a whole bunch of fucking baggage that they gotta address that Minnie doesn't know about, nor does she care to look into, oh, look, that's literally Kazuya. Current Kazuya is the same. There's a lot of problems he knows he needs to address, and instead of addressing them, he goes to this shit. Chizuru is agreeing with Minnie there, but she doesn't know how to because of some pretty big reasons. If that's the story about them getting together, I honestly question myself if he's ever going to be with anyone from what we have right now in the story. And that's exactly what Reiji wants. Reiji wants you to question if they're ever going to end up together. Reiji is literally pitting that question in your head on purpose. He wants you to doubt. He wants you to like doubt this and be like, where the fuck is this going? And he wants you to be confused. And he wants you to like kind of not start believing anymore. That's very core to this story because a huge part of the narrative is literally to believe regardless. Reiji literally said this in an interview recently. I can find the thing and tell you like exactly what he said, but he literally said like, despite everything, love anyway. How about starting to talk with him? It runs into the problem of coming clean about stuff. She's terrified of losing Kazuya if he knew the whole truth. That's why she should just do it and stop looping herself. Same goes for Kazuya. Yeah, easy to say. Yeah, again, it's really easy to say, hey, just do the thing. But it's not so easy. Most of the times it isn't. It's a brand new realization for her. She's basically just found out she is in love with him like a month ago. She didn't think that before then. She was clearly, but she didn't think that. And now she has to come clean about everything and she's terrified. You're never going to be ready. Stalling is worse, just doing it and breaking your barriers. Exactly, but that's the point. Reiji is writing how stalling is the fucking problem, but what's the end result of stalling? What's the end result of stalling? You keep running away over and over and over and over and over, and until you fucking address the problem, it won't go away. And like I just explained before, what is the cost of continuing to run the fuck away? There will be a cost, and you will not like it. And you have to live with that cost. And that's where you got to step the fuck up. The times when someone is truly tested is when they are put under pressure. the way you test a character is you see what they do when they are under pressure. And this is something I've talked about in the past. A great example of this is chapter 403. 403 is a chapter of pressure. Okay? When Kazuya is put under pressure, he has to deal with something he's not ready for. When he's put under pressure, what does he do? He runs, he freezes, and he lets someone else control him. What does Ruka do when put under pressure? She pulls, right? So Kazuya pushes away, right? Sorry, Kazuya runs away, pushes away, and freezes. What does Ruka do? Ruka pulls, Ruka forces, and Ruka moves. Right? This chapter tells you a lot about the characters. When put under pressure, how will the characters react? And it shows you who they really are. In this moment, you saw who Kazuya really is. Kazuya is not ready for any of this. Kazuya will run the fuck away when put under pressure. Especially pressure that has to do with him. Right? Pressure that has to do with someone else, he'll step up. Pressure that has to do with him, he's going to break. And run away. This is a great chapter that explores this idea of like what happens to a character when they're put under pressure. It's the same. A similar thing happens to Ruka when Umi is with her. When Umi is with Ruka, her demeanor is completely different because it's not. It's actually calling her out. So when she's being put under the pressure of her ideals and her beliefs and what she believes is correct, Ruka cracks. She runs away, she makes excuses, and she bargains. She runs away, she makes excuses, she bargains, and she freezes. She can't do anything. What happens to Chizuru when she's put under pressure? Right? When Chizuru is put under pressure of confronting what she considers to be a mistake of herself, she'll try to face it, but when it's not there, oh my God, thank God. Oh, thank God, I don't gotta deal with this. She doesn't want to think about it. Chizuru tells herself she's ready to face it. She's not ready to face it, and she's gonna run away the moment she's presented an option. So when presented with her internal self and her mistakes of the past, Chizuru wants to run away. She's terrified of her mistakes. Again, you're seeing constant chapters of characters being put under pressure. And I think a great chapter with that is also the last chapter, where the characters are presented with a different kind of pressure. Ruka is literally in a steaming room, right? Pressure is literally around her. Kazuya, in contrast, has no pressure. He's willfully introducing pressure into his life. Pressure that doesn't need to exist. He's making his life harder for no reason. Then you get to the next chapter. The next chapter, Kazuya has put himself in that position of pressure just like last chapter. Except here, when put under pressure, if there is someone more reliable than him, right, he would let that person do it instead of himself. He doesn't want to take any responsibility for his actions. So he lets someone else do it. And he'll let someone else control him and tell him what to do and think they're much smarter than him and look up to that person, specifically if it means he doesn't have to deal with it. He looks up to this person, but he doesn't put in the effort to actually become that. He's too scared of it. Sorry, let's continue reading. Well, I think she's being forced to come clean. I think Umi is preparing to let all the truth come out soon. And honestly, everyone around them already knew they're dating, so it's easier for her. Yeah. Well, actually, it's not so simple because they got to come clean about the fact that they lied at first. Maybe I'm just a simple person who enjoys romance manga where they just go lovey-dovey. And that's fine. Those are fun, dude. This is to understand the reason you're having a problem kind of vibing with this story, and that's okay. That is completely okay, is because this is a story deconstructing romance and relationships in the modern day. It's not just going to give you what you want, it is challenging you to understand the struggles and the conflicts that come with real love. Love that can be familial or romantic. This is a story about the real effort that takes to be in love. A lot of these lovey-dovey stories are just kind of an escape from that. And that's fine. Like, I understand, escape stories are chill. Oh, chat disconnected. Please wait while they try to reconnect. Chat successfully connected. Okay. YouTube chat disconnected. Yeah, understand, it's okay if you love lovey-dovey stories. They're a good escape. I love me a good fantasy. I love me seeing some couples that are happy. It is nice. But Reiji does give us that. And he gave us that for a hot minute. He gave us that the entire Kohab. That is over 100 chapters. That is over 100 chapters of lovey-dovey, sexy, hot bullshit. And it made us really happy. Now, did it give us everything? Probably not. And I think that's the point. You're not going to get everything that you want if you do not put the effort to actually get it. And that's why neither of them got what they truly wanted. They're too afraid to face that. And both Chizuru and Kazuya have these internal things that they're terrified the other person's not going to like about them. Kazuya in particular, his thing is that he wants sex. He wants to have sex with her. He wants to touch her. He wants to be with her. He's upset that she's like hiding things, that she's not like accepting him, and he doesn't understand what's going on. He's mad about what she did in the past. He needs to talk about that. If their relationship is ever going to change, he needs to talk about that. However, he avoids it. Why? Because if he opens up about it, he loses her. That's his mentality. If I open up about this, I'll lose her. So I'm gonna make myself better so I don't have to address this. All of this arc is about coping mechanisms. It is about grief. It is about trauma. It is all coping mechanisms. It is hard cope. Look at Ruka. It's just hard cope. Her relationship with Kazuya is fucking dead. And she is unable to accept it. It is unbelievable levels of cope. Mommy's entire thing with Kazuya is just cope. Bro, you're his abuser. The fuck are you doing? It's just cope. She's like, she cannot, she's literally on that copium. Ruka's like, oh, I'm on that hopium. No, dude, you on that copium. What do you mean? The fuck you on about? Sumi is the same way. Sumi didn't interact with Kazuya for like a year. Met him once at Chizuru's place, and then suddenly she's like, I want to give him a gift. Cause like I want to pay back my, I want to pay back the kindness he gave me. That's not why you're giving the gift. That's not why you're giving the gift. It's the same with Kazuya when he's interacting with Sumi. Bro, what are you doing? Bro, why are you even going to her? You know you don't need to go to her. What the fuck did you go to her for? It's cope. It's hard cope. And what Reiji's doing is showing all the ways our coping mechanisms manifest. And how our coping mechanisms eventually must be addressed if you ever want to deal with this shit properly. Otherwise, you're going to have problems. And those problems will catch up to you. It's pretty much the idea of their relationship being fucking messed up. And yes, Chizuru is hiding shit too. She's afraid he's going to hate her. She's afraid she's a bad person. He's not going to like that. She's afraid of the past. Yeah, part of the reason they were together in rental is that, yeah, she kind of had some idea he liked her, but she couldn't quit her job, so she tried to compromise. And how would Kazuya feel about that? He might be upset. Oh, so you knew I liked you? You heard my confession and you kept it? What the fuck? He would get angry. In that same way, Chizuru has a lot of things she could very well be angry about too. He's hiding a lot of shit from her too. He's hiding like the entire relationship with Ruka from her and not opening up or anything. Nah, she would love her if she was the devil himself. Wait, what? Who would love who? Chizuru would love Kazuya or Kazuya would love Chizuru? He would love her even if she was the devil himself. No. That's low-key a lie, but only because he's in cope. If he sees that and truly accepts it, yeah. But that doesn't change the fact that she thinks that. Like, that's how fear works. That's how cope works. You're afraid. Like, yeah, you could say that to someone. Doesn't mean he's going to listen. Who else is going to tell her this? Like, she doesn't feel like she can open up to anyone. He's isolated her, seemingly. She has no one she can really open up to. She doesn't want to bother people. Which, again, plays directly into the theme of isolation in a society full of people. Like, yeah, Kazuya could very well love her. It doesn't change the fact that he might have doubts. And I think that's what they need to address, that doubt, that fear. And it's going to hit a point where they got to address it. Because the cost is too much. But yeah, it sounds like Umi might be the one, like, revealing the truths about certain things. Or he could be the thing that forces the truth to come out. Who knows? I mean, he's already, like, getting Ruka to fucking admit the truth about things. Like, I've always said Umi is basically the embodiment of the hidden truths. That's kind of what Umi is. He's the embodiment of hidden truth. And more of the real truth rather than the bullshit truth, where it's like, you know, you can get, like, the fake truth on surface level. Let's see if there's anything interesting on Reddit. Reload the page. That shit's AI. Finally, a decent male role model in the series. It just goes to show how horrible all the other dudes in Kazuya's life are. Too bad we'll never see him again. I think this is the takeaway from the chapter. But he never saw him again, which is good. Otherwise, he might steal Kazuya away from Chizuru. Oh, man. Dude, you got... Yeah. The takeaway. What a great role model. What a great role model. I don't mean this a pure what the fuck does that mean? I don't think I've ever seen that word. Oh. Oh, so I don't mean to be an idiot. Okay. Oh, they misspelled it. I don't mean to be an idiot. I don't mean to be an idiot, but that was the gayest chapter Reiji has ever done. Is this even the same manga anymore? My feelings exactly. Nothing burger. That was genuinely refreshing. Wow, Potato likes it. It's been a while since I've seen Potato like something here. It felt like a light bubble outside of time and outside of the plot, where we were crushed by the pressure of, is the story finally going to move forward? It's surprisingly comforting and honestly quite pleasant. That's the illusion the chapter gives you. This is exactly what this guy did to Kazuya. This is exactly what this guy did to Kazuya. He made him feel like he was outside of the pressure, outside of the discomfort, surrounded by people. You feel like you belong. Reiji captured the feeling of going to a new workplace super well. And it's such an amazing illusion. Because you're only getting like a snippet, a small picture of a greater whole. And so you don't really see it for what it actually is. You only see like the comforting pieces. You don't actually see the full picture, the full uncomfortable picture. Once again, all I can do is admire Reiji's writing talent. He somehow manages to make a group exercise doing an internship feel exciting, even though on paper it really doesn't sound like a dream material. If anything, it makes me wonder even more. What is Reiji doing with the rest of the story? I guess time will tell. I'd be tempted to call it a filler chapter, but I don't really like that term. In French, we'd say a off-topic episode, and I think that fits better, or at least sounds less pejorative. Oh, but there's the term again. Stupid. It reminds me of those Dragon Ball Z episodes after a huge arc where Goku learns to drive or goes grocery shopping with Chi-Chi. These little calm moments after the storm and before the next storm lets us get to know the characters better and simply enjoy their presence. I don't think it's completely irrelevant, though. There are definitely things to say about this chapter, but I'll leave that to people smarter than me. My feeling is that guy is intimidating and genuinely impressive. And it gives the impression this kind of guy Kazuya will have to face in the working world. And honestly, it's scary, really scary. Oh. He inevitably stands in contrast to Kazuya, who seems completely out of his league. It makes you wonder, what happened to Kazuya who moved mountains and created a movie from A to Z? Is that Kazuya gone forever? Was he only capable of all that because it was for Chizuru? And that's the thing, that's the illusion. You think that way about yourself when in reality you can. In any case, I think these are great questions. Genuinely, these are great questions. You're asking all the right questions. 100%. These are great questions. In any case, the filler off-topic feeling is confirmed by the final line, which is pretty funny. I never saw that person again. Reiji is basically telling us that this was a little parentheses in the story. I'm glad I changed my mindset about the manga at the right time. We've had several calm chapters in terms of progression lately, and the teasers have been pretty clear, so we more or less know what to expect. I haven't had an expectation for the last few chapters, and honestly, that's why I've been enjoying them. I think that's kind of the best way to do it. Don't walk in expecting something fucking crazy to happen. I kind of don't either, and it helps me enjoy it for what it is. Next chapter, the end of the volume. The teaser is more mysterious than the recent ones. Well, we finally get the long-awaited end of the volume cliffhanger. I can only advise everyone to lower their expectations, but we might still get an exciting chapter next week. And don't forget, enjoy the journey, the air is soft, the scenery is beautiful, and how about a little mint lemonade? A small note about this, the Tiger Party had a huge significance for this. Tiger Party, apart from being Kazuya's first serious formal event where he participated as a beneficiary or partner of Chizuru, it also has enormous significance in terms of social integration and development. It is the point where Kazuya steps out of his comfort zone and becomes visible to those around him, and the stable, supportive role like he plays alongside Chizuru, which perfectly rhymes with the action-based dynamic we talked about earlier. No, the whole point of this arc was that Kazuya was out of his element and it was very uncomfortable. Like, they try to say that, but he wasn't a supportive role to Chizuru. Chizuru was a supportive role to him. Chizuru brought him into this world he was not fit for, and he wasn't ready for, and it scared the ever-living fuck out of him. The chapter felt really real for everyone who's already been in a group task like this. Meaning someone who seems to be destined to success in life, competing right on your side is the most realistic thing in job hunting. Introducing a new character at this stage surprised me. If the guy never appears again or Kazuya doesn't get the job, the chapter will be such a big filler, by the way. So okay, well, moving on from that. I felt bad for these girls. They deserve eyes. I'm Sato. I'm Kondo. Kazuya has grown, but the way in which he has grown are not compatible with what was in this chapter. He has shown skills as a producer, with making people feel valued, with doing research and putting that research into play. He has not ever shown much of an interest in the working world. I think if I remember right, his family runs some store as well, and he has never really expressed interest in it, and just accepted it as something he really likely ended up doing down the line. When Kazuya is passionate about something, he pursues it relentlessly. When Kazuya doesn't research ahead of time, he gets frazzled. Kazuya didn't offer anything in the discussion because it was out of his wheelhouse. He did manage to mostly speak well when it came to present until he got in his own head. The other guy, I wish I was a reoccurring character because I guarantee this wasn't his first rodeo. No, I think the whole point is not he's meant to be not a reoccurring character. The reason he seems so much more experienced is probably because he was. He has done this numerous times and is inching closer to his own goals. This was Kazuya's first foray, and his nerves were realistically shown. You can also see the nerves in the female members of his group since they didn't add much either. I came away thinking that Kazuya has grown. He is trying things outside of his norm. Even when you grow, you still need help because someone has experience that you do not. I think that okay. So personal takeaway. I've read this a few times now. That Kazuya has grown and he just needs experience from someone else's help. I think that's really interesting. Or the idea that, like, you know, that guy's more experienced than everyone there. I think that's really interesting. Fuck, I lost my train of thought. Fuck. Give me a sec. I gotta recollect my thoughts. I'm gonna read it again. Okay. Okay, I remembered. This chapter is the illusion of even when you grow, you still need help. It's the illusion of that. What do I mean? Well, this chapter makes it look like Kazuya just needed a hand up. You know, he's growing. He just needed some help from this other guy. In reality, he didn't get help from this guy. He fucking used him. His growth in of itself is surface level and illusionary because Kazuya is way past this level. And he just kind of downed himself, and he's letting other people tell him what his growth is. So this chapter is, again, it plays into what I was saying before, it's the illusion of the hero's journey. Yeah, and I actually think it's great that that dude is not a reoccurring character. I guess someone begged Reiji to be the new protagonist just for the filler chapter. Funny enough, the last panel made the theory seem like it could be true. Oh man, wow, people just... Ugh, AI slop. Wow. Reddit is reacting to this about how I expected them to. Future Shuichiro is probably working for the same company as future Kazuya, but has 5 levels of management up to the corporate ladder. Ugh. Gross. For some reason, this character doesn't seem so random. It feels like Reiji is giving us the future version of Kazuya. Friendly, confident, intelligent, lighthearted, just an all-around role model. Again. Are you seeing a pattern? It's all about Kazuya and how Kazuya is growing and changing, and you've completely missed the fucking point. Damn, Reiji pulled it off. He played people like a damn fiddle. As I was ever good in group projects and I have been in Kazuya's position many times. After reading this chapter, I do not believe he would be able to do well in a corporate environment, as he will probably find a different kind of job that will make him more comfortable. Overall, this chapter is pretty light if you ask me. However, it's still good to see Kazuya gain more confidence. Again, it's like the illusion of confidence. Oh, Varicus. As the teaser already suggested, we got another Kazuya growth chapter. He had a one-day internship at a large convenience store chain. This even makes sense for him as a future shop owner. I didn't think about that. That's a good one. I didn't think about that. That is a good one. I just realized it's a one-day internship. It's a one-day internship. Kazuya needs help and support from people that he can actually trust. Yes, that's actually a good point. Kazuya does need help and support. He's getting it from people who don't give a shit about him and aren't actually doing it to support him. He's getting it from someone who could care less about him. Okay, there we go. That's a little more fitting. It's a group trial for potential store managers. Kazuya's group has a charismatic leader that he looked up to. He was impressed by how capable he acted and how he was able to motivate everyone and let them participate. Kazuya challenges himself with the role of the group speaker, since it was the last role available. I think he did reasonably well for his first time. It's sad that he thought he had to do this for Chizuru, but it was certainly a good learning experience for him. I thought it was nice. It was a nice touch that future Kazuya commented at the end that he never saw that capable guy again. Because I think that guy, Kenma, is supposed to be the illusion of what it means to be capable. He is the lie that Kazuya strives to be, and Kazuya never saw it again because no such man existed. He is the lie of the confident, under control, knows exactly what he needs to do kind of person. So Kazuya never seeing someone who does all these things again, not just specifically him, I think plays into the idea that Kazuya never saw that particular thing ever again. It's like the dude time traveled. Actually plays perfectly into that time travel thing that I was talking about before. Because there's like the 7-Eleven thing came from like a dude they thought was time traveling or some shit. There won't be a serious discussion post from me tomorrow. I probably won't respond to any comments here since I'm not available this week. I'll still write a serious discussion post for chapter 434 next week. Oh, okay. Well, if you ever see this, just link it to me. The chapter is filler, but maybe it's a setup for the future. I guess that Reiji has proper plans for the volume. Since such a blatant filler chapter could mean he needs a precise number of chapters to start important stuff. Again, I keep seeing positive influence, positive influence. Yo, what the fuck was that shadowy face in the upper panel? Wasn't Kenma trying to tell Kazuya without words that he fucking sucked dick and won't get the job, and all these praising words were just fake courtesy? If my suspicions from the panel is true, this chapter was done to spit on Kazuya's growth again and let us know he's still too dense about reading nonverbal language and reading the room. Clearly, the handsome guy is not the kind of coworker you'd want to have. Kazuya's completely clueless. To me, he's a walking red flag, but maybe I'm just being too suspicious because of Reiji, and in the end, he'll never see him again anyway, so whatever. I'm glad we didn't get yet another interaction with Minnie. Yeah, I always thought that like we weren't gonna get more. I see way more potential for Kazuya's character development in a professional setting than when he trains alone in his apartment. Here, he's getting the chance to observe how other people operate in the context and learn. Kazuya is only beginning to brush up against the idea that he's stepping up into a world far more complex than serving customers at his part-time job. Yet, he is still very naive and sheepish. It will be difficult for him to make it if he doesn't develop a certain level of situational awareness and discernment, two things he's lacking in his everyday life. Minnie, my goat. Minnie the fool. Got played like a damn fiddle. See you next week. He's upset. That's so funny. Worst pace series ever. I don't even care if the chapter itself is good anymore. This pacing is atrocious. Thank you, Hubris. Thank you, Hubris. Filler, kill this with fire. This is a new low on dragging the story. So now Kazuya's a complete stranger in business. Let's gonna forget he made an entire movie with lots of logistics and planning. Terrible, just terrible. I can only imagine the people who spend their hard-earned money to support this manga on a weekly basis. It costs $1. Chill the fuck out. It costs $1. Chill the fuck out. It costs $1. Soda costs more than buying a fucking chapter. Soda. Bro, go to Starbucks and get your $7 drink. I think he literally says weekly basis. He literally said weekly basis. He's referring to chapters. In Japan, it's even cheaper. In Japan, it's a few cents to buy a chapter. It's a fucking $1 for a chapter. It's 69 cents for a chapter in Japan. Maybe less. Maybe way less. Relax. Tone it down. After 385, it feels like the story is lost. That's the point. You'll note. I want you guys to kind of like look at that. Notice how there's this like dichotomy between people who think this chapter is great and people who think this chapter is filler and a waste of time. There's literally a dichotomy. I just think that's really interesting. How about this guy's Chizuru's father? Oh no, it's my theory. I hate it. Oh no, it's my theory. I hate it. Granted, it's not really much of a theory. It's more of a conjecture. It's more of a conjecture than an actual theory. Wow, we actually got through all of Reddit and I didn't want to punch the screen. Granted, I don't think I've ever wanted to punch it. I haven't wanted to punch a screen since I was a teenager playing video games. Fighting games used to make me so mad. How are we doing on time? It's around 1 o'clock. Goku brought it up a bunch, but there's a camera recording that one-day internship. Really? What? I didn't see that. Where? Where do we see it? Where do they tell us about the camera? To right? Top right? The projector? What? You mean this? That's a projector. This is a projector. Yeah, it's clearly a projector. First, let's take a look at this simple introduction and concept video. I think it's really interesting that we never see that. They do record. I mean, there's probably cameras in the room, no shit. But they never intentionally pan to a camera. Not that I notice. Now, for example, this shot seems like a camera shot, mind you. Yeah. Look at how he's receiving praise. They clap, they're happy. Kazuya is like wiping his head. He's like, "Ooh, I did good." And look at him. Hell yeah. That's fucking right. He's very confident. For what? I just realized. Wait, there's an undertone to this line we never even considered. Wait, there's an undertone to this line we never even thought about. Kazuya doesn't get into the working world. We never even thought about that. Kazuya doesn't get into this kind of working world. I never even thought of that. Kazuya literally just doesn't get these jobs. He fails all of them. And he goes and does something else. It's the page where the girls touch hands. Yeah, that's a projector. That's a projector if I've ever seen a projector. If that's what you're referring to. That's a projector, bro. Look at how wide it is. No, look at how wide it is. It's really wide. It looks different from the one at the start. That could just be angling. Like, it does look different, but I still think it's a projector because it's literally in the center of the room. Cameras are not in the center of rooms. If they're in the center of a room, they're like kind of shaped like a bulb. But cameras tend to be in corners. Mostly because in corners you can get more of a view. So you wouldn't place a camera in the center of the room. It would be that's a very strange place to position a camera. Like that's they're always generally placed in corners or at the edge of walls. It just makes more sense. So it doesn't make sense for it to be a camera. That one is in the center of the room. And then this one, again, it seems like it's at the top of the room. It's a projector. Yes, it looks different, but you're thinking about it too much. Remember, Reishi doesn't get things perfectly either. Some of the backgrounds he doesn't do them. His assistants do it. So no, it's a projector. It being a projector does matter. Now that you mention it, specifically because when Chizuru first told Minnie she was gonna do the play, there was a projector that was intentionally panned to. Yeah. So I think that has more of a connection and a connotation to all of this than anything else. That there is a projector, and the projector is literally reflecting how it's a fucking play. He's playing you. He got you like a goddamn fiddle. He presented a goddamn video to you. He gave you a fucking video, and it just says the end. He mirrors the very video they watched. He mirrors the video they watch. Reishi, you crazy bastard. They watch a video. You never see the video. You don't know what it is, and you just get the end. And just as you never really saw the video, you never saw this man. You don't know shit about him. And then Kazi just tells you, the end, never saw him again. Bye-bye, GG's. He parallels the fucking video they were watching. That's crazy shit, bro. What the fuck? Oh, that's fucking what the fuck? That's some crazy wackadoodle shit, bro. Okay, what else we got? I find it interesting that Reishi doesn't introduce Kenma with a clean character shot. Instead, he frames him with the visual elements like the projector. It feels less like a simple introduction and more the story asking us to keep watching him. Rather, let's go about that from a different direction. Look at the framing. What is the framing? He is above you. He has all of the traits that reflect he is above you. He's shaking your hand. He's standing above you. Isn't this literally the framing of someone reaching out for you? Come here. I got you. Grab my hand. I got you. This is literally the framing you do for a character who's gonna help you. This is the hero framing. When you go to a fantasy, you have a character that puts out their hand just like this, right? I'm your friend. I got you. Reach for my hand. I'll save you. He literally presents himself as a savior. That's the point of the framing. He stands out from the crowd. You don't see anyone else's faces. He's visually, position-wise, he's above everyone. Did you notice that? No single character is around his height. Specifically because of the angling. Specifically because Kazi is sitting down. He is intentionally framed as above. He is intentionally framed as more aware. His head quite literally touches the ceiling. And then there's the projector right here, almost like a little hint. Whether intentional or not, the projector kind of works in that regard because it kind of hints at his character a bit. He's literally projecting onto you what you wish to see. He is projecting. God, he's super well put together. He's literally the ideal worker from a surface level. Everything about him fits the image of the ideal worker. Well, the lines just tick above his eye lines. The what? You're talking about this, or what are we referring to? I'm confused. Lens? Oh, the lens. Yeah. Yeah, he's literally acting. He's giving you an image you want to see. He is a projection. He's projecting a video. That's why, like, literally right after you meet him and he greets everyone, there's a video. They play an intro video. They play an intro video right after he introduces himself. That is not a coincidence. He introduces himself, he breaks the ice, he played a video for you. The character quite literally played a video for you, a video you're familiar with, a video that will make you at ease, a video that'll help you kind of understand some things. Now to begin, Kokoro's Market Summer Internship. With that out of the way, today we'll take on the role of one of the 3,000 supervisory working cross branches nationwide. Your task is to determine the best advice for the manager of a fictional convenience store. Fictional convenience store. The manager of a fictional convenience store. The manager of a fictional convenience store. That's literally Kazuya's fucking job. That's Kazuya's future job. He's getting advice on the job he would be working. And yet again, what are they doing? What are they doing? It's just like before. Before there were simulations. Now there is like a thought out simulation. Then there are mirrors. Then there are projectors. What are we noticing a pattern of here? There's a pattern of literally acting something out. There's a consistent pattern of acting something out. Based on the materials provided, including the store's sale performance, location, and the manager's personality. Oh my God. Work with your group to develop strategies that would increase operating profits by 10,000 yen over the course of a month, or roughly 3,000 yen per day, and then present your recommendations. They're literally being evaluated on their personality, the performance of the sales of the location. Bro. This is literally connected to Kazuya's future. This is inherently connected to him becoming a manager at his store. Bro. Except the difference is Nagomi runs a liquor store, right? I still don't really understand, though. For starters, please decide on your group name and who will take on the role of the facilitator, the secretary, and the speaker. We had a name. We're supposed to keep it professional. At the same time, it's a really good idea to play safe and have people think we're a boring group. Silence. Let's talk about being put on the spot. Yeah, that guy planned. I see. Hey, Kazuya doesn't consider how the third girl doesn't have a role and she didn't care. Kazuya doesn't consider how the third girl doesn't have a role and she doesn't care. And he lies so he can get at this position. Did he really need this position? See how this is setting up for him not to get this job from the internship, but flip it in his head. What if the flashy guy doesn't get it because of the recording? And Kazuya does get it. What does that mean? How? I don't get it. How would Kazuya get it and the other guy doesn't? because it reveals that he sabotaged Kazuya. He didn't really sabotage him, he just used him. He didn't really sabotage Kazuya. He just used him. There's a difference. He did, though. He left out the last part in the presentation. Wait, what? Wait. Wait, what? What are you on about? There was nothing written. No, there's no notes. We just gotta organize all the materials together. It's just materials. There's no notes. He's not reading anything. Yeah, there's no notes. There's no notes. He's not looking at the presentation. He's looking at all the information that he was provided. These are just the same notes that Kazuya is holding, and he's just double-checking the info. He just forgot. Kazuya just forgot. That's it. Yeah, that's it. He just forgot. There's no script. I'm honestly just confused. I'm sorry. I don't see how he sabotaged him. Kazuya just forgot the information. Which is very fitting that Kazuya forgot the information because that's literally Kazuya's problem. He keeps forgetting things. And in so doing, other people take the opportunity away from him. Right? When you forget things and you don't remember them carefully, other people will take advantage, which he did. No, no. I don't know. He's looking at stuff they organized. There's no notes. He just forgot what comes next. He literally says, "What comes next?" He doesn't say, "Where's the rest of my notes?" Rich people, yes and no on rich people. The fact that I have never known a working boss that doesn't hustle his ass off, often to ruin their own personal lives. Billionaires' kids are different, but even the billionaire kid can choose to work and prove himself. I'm confused at what you're referring to. I'm very confused at what you're referring to. Anyone and anyone can do anything. It doesn't matter what your background is or whatever. The truth is a billionaire is often very sheltered and doesn't have to really worry about things, and they step on top of people. That's all I'm referring to. Whether that's relevant to this guy or not is a whole other ball game. But this guy is clearly not a great person. There's a bit of manipulation here. And I think a part of it definitely has to do with the fact that he is very in control. I don't know. For now, I might call it. I might need a bit of a break just to kind of reassess and think about some stuff in this chapter. But yeah, I don't know. I still feel there's manipulation in this chapter. It feels a little different now upon reread. But let's see. I mean, if you think about it, he literally did the job he was supposed to. He facilitated the conversation. That's what a facilitator does. So technically, he did the job he was given. Something is really strange about this guy, but I can't pin it down. Something interesting happens here. You never see Kazuya shake his hand again. Did you notice that? He reaches out his hand again, but Kazuya, it doesn't. You don't ever see them shake hands. Interesting. No, I've been very adamantly against this idea that just because he's a one-off character, you shouldn't think about him. Look, it's good to explore characters. It is good to explore things even if they're never going to come back. This is less about this guy and what Reiji wants to convey with this guy. Look, it's good to analyze a character even if they're never going to come back because you can learn what the author is trying to say. I feel like there is more to this character. We're supposed to understand something else. It's supposed to be vague and confusing, absolutely. But there is something there that connects to Kazuya's character. There is a purpose. There is a reason. And I don't like when people are dismissive like that. Just because a character is a one-off, he's not going to matter in the future, probably not. It doesn't mean we can't learn something from him. Right? In some ways, he could be an allusion to Kazuya's future. He could be alluding to Kazuya's future. In that same way, could he be alluding to a false future? See what I mean? Greetings. You think this guy who Kazuya never sees again was able to get wherever he wanted in the workplace, but didn't get Kazuya up with him, basically stepping stool and no ladder? Yeah. I think Kazuya was just kind of a stepping stool. You think also the guy taking the role of the facilitator allowed him to not really have much pressure on him, so it's easier to have the view of him being capable as he was mainly relegating tasks? Ooh. Oh, that's good actually. Not bad. That's a good read, Max. Maybe there's also something as well with him saying, let's get lunch rather than let's collaborate on the future projects. Yeah. Yeah. That's actually a good catch. He never says, let's collaborate on future projects. He literally just says, hey, let's get lunch sometime. Let's hang out. I'm not gonna work with you, but let's hang out. Now these are some good catches. Most lessons in life you learn the hard way. Kazuya is about to learn very quickly who is here for him and at least tried, and who is only here for what he offers them present and in the future. And in this instance, Kazuya offers this man nothing. So he doesn't care about him. See? Good stuff there. Shuichiro Kanma. I have to remember him. He doesn't. Kazuya literally says, I have to remember him. He doesn't remember you. Wait. He remembers the nice speaking voice comment. Yeah, Kazuya's like, I gotta remember him. He doesn't remember you. What does that tell you? Right? What does that tell you? Is this guy really worth remembering if he doesn't remember you? Interesting. Okay. I might call it here. Getting a little hot and tired. So I might call it here for now. We can come back another time. We've been streaming for like 5 hours. Yeah. Almost 6. We're almost at 6 hours. I'm getting a little tired. If you have any last comments, share them right now. I'll take the time to kind of think about it and see where I go from here. I'm not sure. Well, they have just said after 15 years, Resident Evil 5 is no longer the highest selling entry in the series. I think I talked about that like when we started. Yeah. I think I talked about that when we started. It's Resident Evil 2 Remake now. Yeah, I'm aware. Resident Evil 4 Remake is catching up fast. Because Resident Evil 4 Remake has been around less, and it's almost caught up to Resident Evil 2. But yeah, any last comments before I head on out, fellas? I am tired and I would like some rest. And sleep very well today, so I definitely want to sleep a bit. The mention of the manager of the convenience store seems like the biggest wink of Kazuya's future. Yeah, like this dude is probably going to move up the ladder, whereas Kazuya is just going to end up a manager. For sure. That kind of seems like the biggest hint to Kazuya's future. This dude's going to fucking move up the ladder, and Kazuya is just going to be the manager of his store. Look at the message I sent before about the lesson. I got the impression Kazuya's going to learn... Wait, I already read this one. Oh, I got the impression Kazuya's going to learn the really hard way that his family only has his best interests at heart, even though they don't really do it properly and embrace the family business. Oh, okay. Okay, fair. Okay. We all need a little help sometimes. He never says, I helped you. He generalizes it. That keeps Kazuya from feeling indebted. It's emotionally intelligent, but it's also a very controlled way of speaking. It's almost like Kazuya helped him instead. Oh, right here. We all need a little help sometimes. I'm really glad we ended up in the same group. Wait. Wait. Was Kazuya the one who actually helped him? Oh my god. Wait, was Kazuya the one who helped him? No shot. I didn't even think about it. I'm really glad we ended up in the same group. You don't know how much that means, dude. You don't know how much that means, dude. Bruh. See that? What? And this is his reply to Kazuya thanking him for speaking up. Oh my god. This is his reply to Kazuya for him covering him. Bruh. Besides, I really liked your your nice voice. You spoke very clearly. He used him as a stepping stool. Bro, what the fuck? He used him as a stepping stool. This was a jab. This was a jab. It's like he's literally saying, "Oh, I knew you fucked up, and I took advantage. I really liked your nice voice." His voice probably wasn't so nice. Then he fucked up and took initiative. Also, listen to the way he describes the sentence. A limited time sale in the evening with coupons and so forth. ... Either he finished speaking it, or he didn't actually know what else to say. Bro. Your mistake was my reward. Oh god, I've seen this movie too many times. Jesus. Your mistake was my reward. Get fucking played. Damn. Oh, now I get why Kenma is in shadow as he stares down Kazuya. Kenma thinks he won, but what if he lost? Oh. Oh, he's like confident he won. That's why he looks like this. But maybe he did win. And Kazuya was just naive. Maybe he did win, and Kazuya was just naive. Because not only was he the facilitator, he took charge and did the speaking too. We'll know later. Yeah, I think once Kazuya finds out he failed, that he didn't get this position, that would be interesting. Now, Kazuya did say, I even got good results. Yeah, Kazuya even got good results. But what if Kazuya advances? That will be a huge tell. I don't know. Yeah, I think this chapter will definitely be informed by future results, whatever ends up happening. No, I think this guy will probably advance. I think there's a chance this dude's probably going to advance and Kazuya isn't. And Kazuya doesn't realize he's been played. Yeah, just because you got good results doesn't mean you advance. Anything about Kazuya saying he's popular with girls, considering that Kazuya literally has Sumi, Mini, Ruka, Jizuru, and even possibly Mommy falling for him? What do you mean? Like, what about that? I bet he's popular with the girls too. It's interesting that it pans to Kazuya when he says that. I bet he's popular with the girls too, as it pans to Kazuya. It's not about Kenma anymore. Visually, it's pointing at Kazuya when he's saying he's popular with the girls. If we got accepted into Kokoro, then I guess he'd be my peer. I feel like I'll be seeing him more in my job hunt. Oh my god. What if it's in reverse? Kazuya would actually secretly be the peer because he actually has way more skill for this than he does. From here onwards, I'll be competing with people like him and sometimes even working together. You could literally flip this and realize this is what Kenma might be saying. You could literally flip this and think this is what Kenma might be saying. Bruh. If you just flip Kazuya's dialogue, it looks like that's what Kenma's saying. Bro. I love how when Kazuya is describing him, it doesn't show his face. I love that when Kazuya is describing him, it doesn't show his face and he's in shadows. It's literally like, that's not him. This is not who Kazuya got to know. After that, I never saw him again. There could be some underlying text where maybe he does meet him, but he's a completely different person. Who knows? He could just literally never meet him. But it would be really interesting. Yeah, especially in Tokyo, where it's like full of people and places. The possibility of Kazuya running into him are pretty slim. I mean, it's not impossible for this to mean I will get nowhere because I use everybody, but you will get further because you take pride in what you do. I don't know. He seems way too confident. He seems way too confident. The only tell for me is that he seems way too confident. He's very, very sure of himself. He feels like it feels like he played Kazuya like a damn fiddle. That's the only thing. He just feels way too confident. And I think Kazuya is not going to get this position, but he very well might. Okay. I think this is a good a spot as any to stop. I'm a little cookity-wookity. Kind of tired. Work personality versus personal time personality. Yeah. Personal time, he's probably very different. I'll check if there's anything on Twitter before I call it. But yeah, I'm getting kind of hot. I hate it. Yeah. I'm not surprised. It's past midnight in Japan right now, so there wouldn't be much. Stay cool this week. It's a scorcher. Great stream as usual. Thank you. Okay, gang. I'm going to call it. Take care, fam. Thanks for tuning in. I'll probably stream tomorrow. I'll double check my schedule, and I'll let you guys know when I'll stream tomorrow. Probably going to be the morning. Should be. Maybe Believe in a Dream. Not sure, really. But we'll go from there. Thanks for tuning in. Have fun. Hope you guys got something interesting out of this stream. And I'm gonna go cool the fuck down. Jesus Christ.